Chapter 1922. What a guide should do. A guide to say that he was a guide or something like that. Did that count? That didn't seem to be the case. But looking back at what he had done in the past, whether it was during the Dark Age or the 139th era, what he had done was more or less lead. No guide. Yes, just like what he had said, he was only guiding others forward. The pace and rhythm of the advancement weren't all set by him. Basically, it was up to everyone to make their own judgments and think about their own methods and needs. As for him, he was just leading the way in front. If he couldn't break through, he would just lend a hand from the side. In fact, it was not wrong to say that he found it troublesome. After all, interfering in other people's affairs was a big trouble in itself. It was like finding trouble for himself for no reason. He really did not know why so many people were so keen on interfering in other people's affairs. They even enjoyed it and did not get tired of it. After all, they would turn around and walk away as if nothing had happened. Perhaps it was because they were chattering and did not intend to take responsibility at all. He was still quite responsible. If he really chose to interfere, he would interfere to the end. The whole process was equivalent to him messing around with other people's troubles, while he was messing around with his own troubles. This was not very good and did not take much effort. Moreover, these things were not necessary in the first place. The path that others chose for others could be said to be a guide from the very beginning. It could be said that he was giving partial guidance when others were still confused. However, if he kept leading them along, wouldn't it be that he had chosen the path for others? It was not up to him to decide whether this path was the most suitable for others. It was up to the person being guided to decide whether this path was the most suitable for others. In summary, his intervention was only to the extent of guidance. It was a beginner's tutorial. After the beginner's tutorial, he would continue to open up the path in front. If the person behind was willing to follow him and explore their own path, then they could follow him. If not, then they had their own plans. It was not a big deal. If he met those muddle-headed people who could not find their own path from the beginning to the end, what else could he do? In short, he would just lead them along. There was still a long way to go. One day, those muddle-headed people would wake up, unless they pretended to be asleep and could not be woken up. After all, those who pretended to be asleep could never be woken up. This was actually quite fun. He guided everyone to move forward without excessive interference, and he would not strangle the possibility of other people's own existence. Although he did not have a particularly strong sense of achievement, he was still somewhat happy and gratified. Later, when everyone came to the front and could walk side by side, the road ahead would not be so boring. It would be very boring if one always walked alone on the long road. In addition, he was an unlucky person who would get into trouble every few days. Every few days, a disaster would befall him. Finding 2 people to look after his coffin, sweep the dust and put incense on it. This kind of small thing could not be considered a restriction and restraint, right? It was not too much, was it? Well, the original intention was just to guide people. The coffin lid was something that he had just thought of, and it just popped out and took root. So he just mentioned it in passing. Although according to reality, his coffin lid might have been lifted many times, lost and damaged over a long period of time, and it looked like he could not rest in peace after his death. So he did not even have to clean up the ashes and light incense after that. Guide? Speaking of which, Qing Huang and Si, you were both mid-level yuan-shi. His guidance to them had ended many years ago. Among all the difficult things he had done, only this part could make him feel a little relieved. When he was busy with other things, it was just pure busyness. When he was done, he would feel a sense of relief. His body would feel numb. It had nothing to do with any sense of accomplishment. Moreover, the relief was not to the extent that he could completely free himself from the burden. Looking down at the sea of energy below, Yunuashing was still holding her arms and squeezing a bunch of feathers. Hui and Sui Feng had found their own things to do and did not have time to keep an eye on her for the time being. He just did not know why this girl was still clinging to him. She was still clinging to him in the serious atmosphere of the conversation just now. If it were not for the fact that he was too tense and did not have time to be embarrassed, and that they were acquaintances, he would have jumped into the sea of energy. Although this girl had been cooped up in the spiritual world for too long, he thought that he should drag her out for a walk. However, he did not expect that he would drag her out in such a situation. "Girl, why are you still pestering me here?" Yunuashing reached out and groped around for a while. He accurately found the head of the little angel in a pile of feathers. He reached out and pressed it. "Are you sleepy?" The little angel moved her wings slightly. Without opening her eyes, she rubbed against his neck and moved her head forward. She whispered in his ear, "Your body is comfortable. I don't want to move." Well, he had almost evolved from a doll to a bed. Although he was more or less used to being hugged, clung, raised, and supported by all kinds of strange things, he did not resist. It was just that this girl had a lot of feathers. They were tightly wrapped around his body. It was a little hot. Forget it, he did not care about her. She could cling to him as much as she wanted. It did not affect him. He had indeed neglected this girl for a while. It was good that he took some time to accompany her. Although the quilt was a little warm, it was quite comfortable to drape over his body. All right, he convinced himself. He did not know if Hui and Sui Feng had forgotten another equally important condition. The chaos domain could not be defended all the time. Strengthening the defense was just to allow the Order warriors to hold on for a longer time in the domain. However, using the defense to extend the time needed to deal with another equally important matter, breaking the chaos domain. As long as the chaos domain did not collapse, they still could not escape the fate of total annihilation. Strengthening the defense to extend the time could not be delayed forever. It was impossible to pray that the chaos domain could be delayed until the chaos concept entity was exhausted. He believed that the chaos concept entity could expand the domain until the entire void collapsed if they wanted to. It's just that to break the chaos domain of the chaos concept entity. He muttered to himself with a troubled expression. It was a very difficult task. The only ones in the void of order who could break the chaos domain and not end it were the heavenly god of origin and the others. Only they could break the chaos domain. With their current situation, they didn't really need to break open the chaos domain. It was possible to close the chaos domain, but Seiji didn't know how AI Hongyun and the others had done it. AI Hongyun had sacrificed a quarter of his order power in exchange for the chaos domain to be closed. Seiji didn't even need to think about it to know how tragic the entire process had been. If it was possible, Seiji still hoped that they wouldn't take this path. However, there weren't many choices available to them right now, so they could only observe this path for now. They would continue to observe the situation and see what the outcome would be. If there was no other way, they would definitely take this path to reduce the loss of order power as much as possible. Speaking of which, Seiji didn't even know how AI Hongyun and the others had done it. In his personal opinion, it would be more straightforward to break the chaos domain and more in line with his own way of doing things. However, while the idea was good, it was not that simple to do it. Breaking the chaos domain meant that they could almost face the chaos concept entity head-on, which was not too realistic. What should he do? This was a complete knowledge blind spot, and a super dangerous one at that. Still, it was his problem in the end. For the time being, they could not find an existence that could face the chaos concept entity head-on. He could withstand 196 types of origin energy and 2 types of annihilation energy, and could hold on for a longer time against the chaos concept entity in both theory and reality. Only his attacks, which were similar to the Staff of Creation, could hurt the chaos concept entity head-on. In theory, that was the case. He had thought about how to deal with such an extreme situation, and all the trump cards he had prepared were to deal with such an extreme situation. However, it was still not enough. Right now, this level was not enough. There was no way to reach that level. He needed more power, he needed to pay a higher price, and he needed to go one step further. Looking down at his outstretched palm and the mark of origin on his arm, he let out a long sigh in his heart. There was actually some hesitation. There should not have been any hesitation in this matter from the start. He should have pressed forward from the start. That was what he had said himself. Hesitation was not for himself. The reason he was worried was not related to himself, but to the front line of the void. Just like what she had told him before, indiscriminate attacks would always push his own people into the void. That was the source of his hesitation. It was obviously inappropriate for him to constantly release attacks that would push his own people into the void. Even when he was clearing the field, everyone had to slightly increase the defensive power of the realm of order so that they would not accidentally die. That was very wrong. At this time, he had only swept everyone into the void, and if he wanted to go further, the situation would be completely out of control. But now he had to continue moving forward. In addition to the many matters at the front lines, he also had to start dealing with the problems related to himself. But before he took this step, he had to deal with the problem of identifying energy and order. The concept creation that he and Hui had made together had a small part of the incomplete source law and his energy aura in it. It was said that it could avoid being affected by his attacks, but he had to make sure that there would be no problems with it. So he had to bring Hui over and beat him up to test the waters? It sounded a little cruel, but he had to do it himself. If he wanted to do it, he had to find someone who could at least withstand his attacks, and there would not be a more suitable candidate than Hui at the front lines of the void. Hui was probably looking for little Qingzi to talk about the frontline defense. Let's wait for a while. Before the end of this period, he had to deal with the staff of creation and the staff of origin in front of him, as well as the level 1 energy tower. But before that, he had to put down the down quilt that was wrapped around him. Girl, I'm going to get down to business. If you want to sleep, go back to the soul world and sleep. Little angel, snore, Yun Nuashing. No, I can't wake her up now. This girl is holding down my soul, and I can't force her back into the soul world either. Then, I'll have to work here with a quilt over me. There's no problem. There didn't seem to be any problems. Her appearance was just a little weird. Anyway, he was probably the only one here for a while. He didn't care. That's right, he didn't care. He just had to be careful not to cause any trouble that would affect this little girl. It would be bad if he accidentally caused a disturbance in the origin energy and origin rules when he was playing with the staff of origin and staff of creation. He should be able to handle it, but this little girl... Could this be the main reason why she deliberately hung herself here? Based on his understanding of her. Yes, this was completely possible. This girl was hanging herself here as a safety lock to prevent him from messing around when no one was looking after him. Well, although he knew that she was kindly installing a brake on his brain to prevent him from going berserk. And when he went berserk, he was usually fine when everyone went out, but when he came back, he saw one or a bunch of finished products on the ground, as well as a ball of light rolling around on the ground. However, he wasn't used to not being able to do things freely. His hands were clumsy, and it was a little difficult to deal with something that was difficult to deal with, and he didn't have a clue on how to start. The storm in the observer space was still spinning. The storm caused by the repair of the fort of origin covered the entire observer space, and at the core of the storm was a shining, cross-shaped star. The light of the source energy in the star, coupled with the scene of the fort of origin collapsing, made him feel like he was seeing a corner of the war in the mythological era. It was strange. He didn't witness that war with his own eyes, but he had this inexplicable feeling. Phew! Breathing a sigh of relief and putting aside the unnecessary thoughts in his mind, he took out the core of the new generation of the second-level energy tower and waved his hand to shatter it in front of him. He removed all the previous secondary strengthening and shells, leaving only the core structure. His eyes that contained the light of the source energy looked at the core structure of the staff of creation and the staff of origin, and whispered in his heart, the foundation that establishes the last level of the fundamental power, and the foundation that resists that dream. It is the most important layer. If we can exceed expectations... No, we must exceed expectations. After putting in so much effort, we can only get ordinary results. No, This is not the time to retreat. A pair of soft little hands pressed on his chest, and the soft whisper of the little angel rang in his ears. We can do it. We can reach that place if we do our best. Reaching out to press the head of the girl, who was obviously pretending to be asleep, Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. We can only try our best. Defense. 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 In the void front line, a node that had not fought for many years had been transformed. Qing Jun had just run back from another node when the deputy commander's words directly hit him in the face, making him dumbfounded. He kept repeating those two words in his mouth, looking like a fool who had been shocked. He came back to his senses and pointed to the empty void in front of him. Don't tell me this place needs to be strengthened. It's not that we have to start preparing the defense of the node now. What Lord Hui means is that we have to start strengthening the defense of the node. The deputy commander looked at the commander-in-chief, who looked as if the void was collapsing in front of him, and shrugged. For a commander-in-chief who recklessly traversed the void, the mention of defense could make his face contort and collapse. His illness was more serious than Lord Feng's. Lord Feng would occasionally talk about retreating and so on, but this commander-in-chief, forget it, he had been reckless for the past few eras and had never thought about retreating or defending. Because we have to deal with certain targets, we need to put the matter of defense on the agenda. From now on, the barrier of group defense needs to be strengthened. But personal defense is more important, especially the defense of soul and order. The stronger, the better. Lord Huey's original words meant that although he could provide 100 or 200 plans for us to choose from, if anyone has a better plan, you can put it forward. After comparison, the answer will be released. Anyway, Lord Huey's 100 or 200 plans have been recorded in the Temple of Origins. According to Lord Hui, if no one comes up with any plan that can be changed or improved within 10 days, or if there is a plan that Lord Hui and the others have tried and found no better results, they can choose from 100 or 200 plans. For the time being, he wants to gather the best of 100, but gathering them together is also a problem. At present, there may not be any beings of order who know more about defense than Lord Hui in the void of order. But from this aspect, it can be seen that Lord Hui wants to stretch personal defense to the limit, and the degree of importance of this matter is estimated to be about the same as the energy tower and the Temple of Origins. After all, it is rare to have such a large-scale call. The last time it was mentioned was to let everyone go to the void to collect the fragments generated by the precursors of void turbulence. The deputy commander poured a lot of words into Qing Jun's mind in one breath, causing him to grimace and his face to twitch. Can't I not practice? Can't I just rush over? Do we even need to defend these days? The deputy commander looked at him with a serious face. No, Lord Hui has given a hard order, especially to you, the commander-in-chief, who is still fighting wildly in other nodes just now. He wants you and your people to take this matter to heart. If he sees no change in the commander-in-chief in the next few days, he will let Lord Feng come over to remind you. This is really a very hard order. Qing Jun opened his mouth and stared foolishly for a while. His face was full of pain as he grinned. Well, if I want to practice defense, then I'll practice defense. The defense of the soul and order, right? I remember it. I really remember it. Now I'll go find a better way. But did he mention what it is to deal with? It's actually so troublesome. Over the years, I've listened to Lord Feng's orders to maximize the attack, but I've never heard Lord Huey's orders to strengthen the defense. It made me think that relying on the order domain alone was enough to defend against the other side's attack. It's a little surprising. The deputy commander tilted his head slightly, pinched the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers, and showed a troubled expression. After being distressed for a while, he lowered his voice and said to the commander-in-chief, "In the void, there is only one kind of enemy that can make the 2 lords treat with such seriousness and concentration. Chaos." Chaos! As soon as the two words came out of Qing Jun's mouth, he immediately paused. His mouth was a little hideous, and his face was full of pain. Well, well, since Lord Feng and Lord Hui mentioned their existence, I've thought about it, but I didn't expect that one day we would still have to face this kind of thing. We really have to be prepared. Lord Hui and the others should also know something about this arrangement, so they naturally have their own intentions. Seeing that the commander-in-chief had a headache and was sweating to the point that it was close to dehydration, the deputy commander thought for a while and said, "This is the first thing. The second thing, recently we need to allocate the manpower appropriately. The manpower guarding the order domain needs to be adjusted temporarily. We need to arrange all the warriors who have reached the Yuansha realm to go to Node 0 in the shortest time possible. This is Lord Feng's order." Both matters were announced together. "Commander-in-Chief, you should understand how important this matter is. So don't be willful." I know. Lord Feng and Lord Hui gave the order together. How can I mess around? Qing Jun slapped his mouth back and coughed softly. So, arranging people. Well, at present, we don't have any battle at all. Leave the top 3. No. Leave the first and second echelons to continue to be vigilant. Everyone else, gather here first. I'll bring some people over. When we're done there, we'll change the first and second echelons to Node 0. You can handle the matter of the defense plan. I really don't have any better plan on my side, so I'll just use Lord Huey's plan to do it. Because I guessed that the commander-in-chief was going to say this, I've already chosen a plan in advance. Now we just have to wait 10 days and see if there will be a change in the defense plan by Lord Hui and the others. This matter will start from 10 days later. Qing Jun, the third thing is, Lord Feng reminded us to adapt to the rule creation that can recognize his attack aura given to everyone last time and strengthen it as much as possible. It's best to strengthen it to the same level as yourself, or even a few levels higher. The upper limit of this thing's level is very high. You won't be able to pull it up for a while, but you don't have to worry that it will be useless if the level is too high. This will definitely come in handy, so you need to spend some effort to deal with it. This matter is very important. 3 high-level orders were issued in a row at one time, and all of them are large-scale calls. Lord Feng and Lord Hui have not made a big move for a long time. Qing Jun scratched his head. At this point, he couldn't be indecent even if he wanted to. Although he only liked to rush through the void and didn't like to bring his brain with him, he could also see the intention of the 2 lords' actions. These were a series of necessary preparations for the future attack on the underworld. Not one of these preparations could be missing. Not one of them could be missing, and not one of them was superfluous. Strengthening the defense was to prevent being backstabbed by the chaotic concept body. The second thing was that he hadn't gone to Node 0 yet, so he didn't know, and the third thing, when Lord Feng's energy recognition was mentioned, there was no need to say what it meant. Lord Feng was going to continue to improve his firepower level, and it was going to be raised by many levels at once. Otherwise, in the past, when Lord Feng pushed them into the void and swam for a distance, it didn't matter much. There was no need to go through so much trouble to deal with this aspect. Since he was going to deal with this aspect, that was to say, after Lord Feng judged his next self-breakthrough, clearing the field would not be as simple as pushing them into the void. That would be fatal. Having said that, it turned out that Lord Feng's attack that swept through the void could be considered restrained. It seemed that there was still a big gap between him and Lord Feng. He had to be more reckless. However, the first 2 of the 3 orders were related to defense, which was a bit interesting. Had Lord Feng woken up from the vortex of endless attacks? Maybe he had woken up, but not completely. In short, whether he had woken up or not, the meaning of Lord Feng and Lord Hui was very clear. The next step of the life-risking plan was to begin. Most of it must be Lord Feng's idea. Chapter 1923. Defense was related to soul and order-level defense. Based on his personal experience, which could be said to be at the peak of the world of order, if he wanted to defend himself, he would have to carve these things into his own foundational structure. Even if he didn't make it instinctive, he would at least have to make it like a conditioned reflex or a passive defense. It would be too late to defend himself the moment danger appeared. What he needed to do was to prepare his defenses to the point where he would be able to defend himself before he could even react. That being said, it was as mentioned yesterday. Not everyone had the courage to tamper with one's origin construct. The majority of beings in the void frontlines were still material life forms, while energy life forms were still a rare species. Although most of the warriors in the divine realm were energy life forms, there were a few who were influenced by them to convert into energy life forms by their own initiative. That said, it would take a lot of time and effort for a beginner to succeed. While the results were delightful, the process was a little frightening. According to the current records, the newest newcomer, a newcomer who had never touched one's origin construct at all, had finally succeeded after 17 failures, with more than 500 of those failures ending up in the spiritual temple. Oh, and that newcomer was also a primeval. That was why it was not necessarily smooth sailing with higher levels. Touching one's origin construct was something all beings were equal, and anyone who dared to touch one's origin construct would not be able to live peacefully. Still, he really did not understand why he could fail so many times. It should not be. Under the personal guidance of his family's warrior, many mistakes that were easy to make could be directly avoided. Be it in theory or in reality, there should not be so many mistakes. At most, there should be 10 mistakes that could barely be considered fatal. Moreover, although they were fatal, they could still be saved. So why did he end up in the spiritual temple more than 500 times? If there was such a high failure rate and almost a 50% fatality rate, his family would not have been made into energy life forms. It couldn't be that the path that their family had discovered wasn't suitable for other living beings, right? It shouldn't be. If that was the case, there should have been such a record 5 eras ago. It couldn't have been suppressed until now. It's actually like this. That person's own path is in conflict with the conversion of life forms and the origin of his structure. This is also the reason why he never touched his own origin of structure. However, the fact that we can help convert him into an energy life form is something that everyone in the Void Frontlines knows. He knew about this from the start, but he never thought about it because it conflicted with his own path. Until one day, he suddenly picked up an energy life form and compared it with his own life form and felt that the energy life form was stronger. After hesitating for tens of thousands of years, he couldn't help but come over. I Ching explained to Lord Hui. Under normal circumstances, energy life forms are indeed stronger than other forms of life. Apart from our family's energy life forms, there are other branches, such as elementals and other life forms that could be called spirits. Although they are branches and slightly different in form, they could still be considered energy life forms. Hui replied, pinching his brow and shaking his head. Well, our family's energy life forms are more orthodox and stronger at their roots anyway. Don't ask why. Just ask that our family was created by the origin of order. There's no why. So, according to what you said, that neophyte was not suited to convert his origin of structure and still did it by force. So how is it now? I Ching blinked and turned towards the domain of order that was bursting with energy, lively and vigorous, much more capable of fighting than before. Hui was speechless. In other words, that fellow had become even more ridiculous after dying more than 500 times, and was now rampaging on the battlefield? He's a strange person, spending 1,000 years to complete the conversion of life form and even twisting his own path into 2 right angles. Although the results did surprise him since he said that he had been fumbling forward on the path of Yuanshi. The breakthrough in essence had been stagnant for a long time. I Ching exhaled softly. It's understandable. A breakthrough in realm was a breakthrough in realm. Realms were like soil for planting vegetables. A breakthrough in essence was easy to understand. In the beginning, everyone was planting flowers. But one day, they felt that they couldn't do it. There was no point in planting flowers, so they changed to planting trees. If it was more interesting, they would plant trees in the soil and plant flowers in the trees. Just put up with it. It was about the same. To put it in serious terms, the path of self-breakthrough in Yuanshi, no, there was still some distance to go. It had nothing to do with Yuanshi, as one had already embarked on the path of self-breakthrough from the moment one became a higher life form. The advancement in realms was very important and of the utmost importance. After all, it was the foundation of the foundation. It was a big prerequisite that everyone had. There was no difference in this prerequisite, but it would be different if it was broken down further. As for the essence, it was the problem of the path one was walking. Just like that spirited young man, in order to be more reckless, he had to convert his life form into an energy life form, even if the path collided with his own 500 times. His courage was commendable. Although a little reckless, it was still a brave attempt for his own breakthrough in essence. There were also ways to replace a small portion of the prerequisites. Looking at Maple's appearance, one could tell he was an entire abnormal construct, and even though the prerequisites were severely limited, he was still able to forcefully push himself higher on the following path. This kind of pushing up condition was forced in, and anyone could find a suitable method to do so. However, when the prerequisites were still intact, there was no need to use this method. There was no need to worry too early. Maple had no other choice. The path ahead was already cut off, so he had to use all the conditions available to him at this moment. He could only develop horizontally. When the prerequisites were broken, there was a limit to his development. However, in the current situation, Maple would still need a lot of time and effort to reach his limit, so there was no need to worry too early. Maple had no other choice. The path ahead was already cut off, so he had to use all the conditions available to him at this moment. He could only develop horizontally. When the prerequisites were broken, there would be a limit to his development. I digress. We were talking about the origin of constructs. Anyway, it was clear from the young man's appearance that the origin of constructs was not that easy to fix. That was why most of the 100 or 200 plans he left in the Temple of Origins for everyone to use had nothing to do with the origin of constructs. Only a few plans that involved changing the origin of constructs were left for those who might really need such plans. For example, the Order Warriors in his family, a group of energy life forms. After taking that step, they had gotten used to modifying their origin of constructs without any scruples. His path and Maple's path were both extended with the origin of constructs as the foundation. Treating it as an instinct among instincts, the effect was naturally raised by many levels. The effort put into this path was incomparable to ordinary paths. They spent more effort and did not take a wrong turn or take a wrong turn. If that could not be exchanged for a better result, it would not be a waste of effort. Furthermore, he was only throwing effort into it. Maple had been bleeding from his own blood since the beginning. Every time he thought about it, his heart would skip a beat. Ever since Maple confirmed that his major prerequisite had been completely sealed, he became even more serious. He no longer cared about his own life and simply walked towards the limit of what he could reach at the moment, not hesitating to pay the price with everything he had. Well, when Maple mentioned that he wanted everyone to hurry up and strengthen the concept creation that they had made together, he understood what he meant. Not just everyone, he had to hurry up as well. After a while, he might be caught and trained, meaning pressed into the void and given a good beating. I can't mention that guy. My mind will be twisted. Either way, he had a clear answer in his mind as to what everyone would choose. His own warriors and the other energy life forms on the front line would most likely choose to strengthen their defenses based on their origins, while most Order Warriors would probably use the conventional method. However, this conventional method was different from the conventional one, and the solution he gave was not the standard either. There was no helping it. After all, they had to deal with the concept of chaos, and using conventional methods to prevent and deal with such abnormal situations was clearly not feasible. Just look at the extent of their preparations in the War of the Last Era, with hundreds of layers of defense inside and outside. yet the concept of chaos had still pierced through them. With their current level of defense, if not as fragile as paper, they basically had no defense at all, and a single slap from the concept of chaos would have most likely killed them. Though he intended to ask the Void frontline to suggest any adjustments to their personal defenses, it was unlikely that they would come up with much in the end. Truth be told, minor fixes and embellishments would not be of much use, and they needed more specific and targeted solutions. The only thing he could hope for was to see if there were one or two of the Order life forms from various parts of the Void who had experienced the War of the Last Era and left behind some things related to defense. It was unlikely that there would be any since the war had gone on for 5 eras, and the situation of each node was basically clear, and those things would have popped up long ago. Sui Feng and the others would not be of any use, since none of the second-generation heirs were proficient in defense, which gave him a headache. It turned out that the Origins had a habit of attacking as well. As expected of the truth of the Void, how could defense be more important than offense? At the moment, I Ching was busy communicating with the Commander-in-Chief and Vice-Commander-in-Chief of the Void frontline and did not see Lord Huey's emotional performance. When he turned around and saw Lord Huey's weird frown, he was startled. Knowing that his two masters liked to let their imaginations run wild, I Ching did not take the weird change to heart and directly said, "Lord Hui, the people sent from each node are ready. Shall I have them come over now?" Hui snapped out of his daze and took 2 seconds to realize why he had to call them over. Oh, to send them over to Sui Feng and the others. I forgot something important. How many people are coming at once? It can't be that all 1,300 nodes are sending people over, right? Because there was a problem with the number of people. Everyone discussed for a while and decided to let a portion of the nodes, about 1/3 of the Order warriors, come first. The ones who came were also Order warriors who didn't participate in the current defense. Mushrooms have been growing all year round at Brother Blue's node, so the number of people coming this time is the highest. I Ching coughed dryly. The remaining 2/3 of the nodes will help to look after the nodes where the personnel are mobilized, just in case. Although there shouldn't be any big problems at the moment, well, you're right to be concerned. Hui waved his hand. All right, let's do it this way. Get everyone over here. I have to bring them to the Observer Dimension and send them over to Sui Feng and the others. They should be almost done with the preparations. I Ching was startled. The Observer's space. The Observer's space. Wasn't Lord Feng currently busy in the Observer's space? He seemed to be busy with the Staff of Creation, the Staff of Origin, and other Origin relics. When he urgently issued the 3 new orders, he seemed to have heard Lord Feng's busy voice. Now that he was leading an army past Lord Feng, he was probably going to, just as he was wondering if he should remind Lord Hui or disturb Lord Maple. The teleportation area outside Node 0 suddenly fell with dense energy, rays from above. Spatial rifts opened one after another, and the Order warriors of each node walked out with obvious energy surges on their bodies. It was as if they had just finished the battle state of being armed to the depths of their souls and rushed over here. Over here, over here. Everyone get ready and go over. We can't waste too much time on either side. I Ching immediately forgot about reminding Lord Maple or Lord Hui. He raised his hand and waved it at the Order warriors who had arrived at Node 0. When everyone noticed, he turned to look at Lord Hui. Node 0 hasn't been so lively for many years. Hui was stunned. He looked at him with a strange gaze and pointed at the Order domain. You think it's not lively enough here? Do you want me to call Lord Maple out to make the atmosphere more lively? It's lively for our own people. I didn't mean that. I Ching slapped his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know what he wanted to say. Ahem, Lord Hui, I'll let you bring everyone over first. I'll be here to receive the others who are a little late. Oh, you settle everyone first. Hui waved at everyone and led them to teleport to the Observer Dimension. In the Observer space, the vast and mighty sea of energy never stopped stirring up monstrous waves. The entire world was filled with the loud sound of the waves rolling up. This was the first time for most of the Order warriors who came here. When they saw the monstrous waves rolling up high in front of them, as if they were about to slap their faces, they subconsciously took a step back. After this monstrous wave passed, they saw another, even more violent, monstrous wave in the distance. Their expressions changed a few times. So this is the observer dimension. They only knew that Node Zero's observer space was Sir Feng's office, and they had heard from the people who came here what it was like inside. Although they tried their best to exaggerate things according to Sir Feng's personality, imagination was just imagination. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they were still a little off. They really didn't expect such a huge scene with the endless sea of stars as the waves. They didn't expect there to be such a huge commotion. It's a little spectacular. Everyone nodded vigorously. A commander who had been here before whispered to Lord Hui, "Lord Hui, is there going to be a duel this time as well?" Hui turned to look at the young man who should be the one who helped to test the new generation of energy towers. He shook his head and said, "It's more important this time. The details are a little complicated. You'll know when you get there. By the way, it's quite important. But because the conditions to reach a certain level are quite harsh, so harsh that even I have a high chance of failing, don't be too burdened and have unnecessary emotions. In front of this matter, it can be said that all life is equal. In short, it's something like that." Hui waved his hand and said a bunch of nonsense. Seeing that everyone did not understand half of it, he rolled his eyes and said, "In short, let nature take its course. Don't be too burdened." In short, it was a very difficult thing to understand. It was so difficult that Lord Hui had to rely on luck. When such a difficult thing was put in the void, it was really hard to guess. The main thing was that they did not know what it was that Lord Hui had to rely on luck to try. Hui waved his hand and led them around for a while. Suddenly he frowned and stopped. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Strange, where is this place? Strange, why are all kinds of dimensions and law marks so messy? Where did all the space beacons we left behind go? This is not right. Weren't they still fine a few hours ago? Why can't I find the way?" After circling around and confirming that he was forced to get lost, Hui took a deep breath and put his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Maple! Open the door. I'm lost." An extremely oppressive energy suddenly descended from the sky and landed on everyone's bodies, making everyone's breathing stagnate. However, they weren't too worried. This was Sir Feng's familiar aura. It was just that it seemed a bit manic. The sudden drop in energy enveloped them and they were transported through space. It was as if they had crossed over 10 or 20 layers of space. When everyone felt that the energy had skyrocketed by tens of layers, the teleportation ended. As a white light descended and covered their eyes, they felt an even more violent energy aura. When they opened their eyes and saw the scene in front of them, they all grimaced and their hearts jumped. On the surface of the sea of energy, there was a huge whirlpool with a radius of at least 10,000 miles. However, it was not a concave whirlpool, but an energy whirlpool that protruded upward in the opposite direction. It was as if the sea was uprooted in front of them, and there were tens of thousands of energy stars hanging under the starry sky. No, those seemed to be groups of world light orbs, and it was a specially made world light orb. It was the first time they had seen such a huge world light orb. Lord Maple stood in front of the whirlpool that protruded out of the sea. The entire space, including countless world light orbs and real energy stars, revolved around him, and the light orb that was 10,000 feet in size in front of him as the center. The surging energy overflowed from his body, drawing out streams of energy light that were more than a meter long. 2 pairs of colorful energy azure wings fluttered along with the energy storm, spreading that portion of energy light to an even wider extent. It looked terrifying. "Huff! Don't stare at him." Hui hurriedly turned around and waved his hand at the group of people who had never seen Lord Maple's law, order, energy form before. He reminded them loudly, "You'll go blind if you stare at him. Your eyes won't be good for at least 10 days in the future. I feel like my vision has become blurry." Although he reminded them quickly, some of them were still slightly affected. Seeing that everyone hurriedly covered their eyes, Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He turned to look at Feng. This guy, they had only been out for a few hours, and he had already figured out this form. The sanctuary of creation is over there. 5 minutes ago, Sui Feng squeaked and said that the preparations were complete. You can bring your people over. Yun Nuoxing's back was facing them. She stretched out a finger from the feathers that wrapped around her body and pointed to the side. Go quickly. Don't stay here for too long. It's fine for you, but everyone will be affected. What are you doing now? If not for the sentence, we would have brought his people and run away. But now that it was mentioned, his curiosity skyrocketed. He immediately stopped and asked, "What else could it be?" Yun Nuoxing exhaled softly. Her ethereal voice, trembling with energy, slowly came out. The structural core of the first-level energy tower. Structural core? You want to modify the structural core of the energy tower series again. Are you planning to build the third-generation energy tower? Hui was stunned. That's not it. It is indeed a new structural core. The structural core of the second-generation energy tower will remain, but another core is needed to activate the final energy. Yun Nuoxing pursed her lips and muttered to herself for a moment before narrowing her eyes. It's a little difficult to handle, but there is a way. All right, don't stand here in the wind. Go. Oh, I almost forgot. Hearing that there was something fun, we almost forgot that he was leading a group of people to the sanctum of creation. He hurriedly led a large group of people, who were also pricking up their ears and curious, toward the sanctum of creation. All right, remember to take care of the concept creation from last time. I have to remind you once while I still remember. I might forget later. Before they could leave, Yun Nuoxing threw out another sentence. All right, go. Hui grimaced and waved his hand. All right. Go do your thing. Well, remember, you don't have to worry. In the sanctuary of creation, the space where the fortress of origin was located had been renovated by Sui Feng and the others as a venue for the origin baptism. Hui was prepared to see all kinds of strange origin marks and divine runes imprinted in the space as soon as he entered. But since it would only take a few hours, Hui did not think that it would be too outrageous. It should be some sort of temporary site that could be built without much effort. With that in mind, Hui boldly pushed the door open and entered. A rich light of origin energy abruptly shone upon his eyes, and he immediately felt that his titanium alloy dog eyes were about to be blinded. Behind him, the group of people who were blinded by Lord Feng's state were not too affected because their vision was still blurry. Instead, they became nervous when they heard Huey's howl. They quickly widened their eyes and were stunned once again when they saw the magnificent scene before them. It was still the same sky and earth that were forged from the sea of stars. The ground was also the black background of the sea of stars, dotted with countless stars. They could even see the twinkling of the stars. This was a real starry sky. Pillars of different colors and patterns stood erect on this starry ground. Even the aura, momentum, and aura they exuded were all different. They gave off the feeling that they were formed from many powerful figures. With a pair of slightly blurry eyes, they could clearly count that there were a total of 147 pillars erected on this starry ground. Moreover, from the way they were arranged, it felt as if there was some kind of mystery hidden within, but it was difficult to clearly explain. There was a huge cube hanging in the sky above the sea of stars. The dazzling light they saw when they first entered came from it. It looked like a sun. However, it was a square sun, and it emitted a strange energy aura. It was very strange. This sun, these 147 pillars, and this space all exuded this strange energy aura. It felt a little familiar, like Lord Feng's aura. It was just as sacred and dignified, unstoppable, but it was even denser than Lord Feng's aura. Oh, everyone is here. Oh, not everyone is here. Only some of you are here, right? Suifeng walked out from the depths of the space and was stunned when he saw a group of people gathered in front of him. He turned his head and shouted to the back, "I already said that there is no need to prepare too big a place. How can we transfer everyone here at once? Hey, isn't it better to be prepared?" Brother Lei also walked out from the depths of the space, his hands on his hips as he looked at the people who were busy looking around. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "Come, everyone, look over here. First of all, welcome to the domain of origin. I believe that many of you have vaguely guessed what is going to happen next, but it's not a big problem if you can't guess it. Anyway, come with me. Hey, don't worry about Hui Jun, who put down his hands that were covering his eyes and grimaced. I was really blinded by the dazzling light." Hui laughed dryly and waved his hand at everyone. He pointed at Brother Lei and said, "All right, just follow him. The next thing will be arranged. You will know why we are gathered here. Remember what I said just now. Don't have any psychological burden. Think about the battles of the past 5 eras. Along the way, just treat it as a slightly special event. Don't worry too much." Yes, God. Everyone was still confused. They hurriedly bowed to him and then followed Brother Lei into the depths of the sea of stars. The domain of origin. The aura of origin is very dense. Does the brick that your goddess left you have this function? Hui stared at the cube that was 11. 1 billion miles in length, width, and height, rubbing his eyes that were blinded by the dazzling light. Brick. Suifeng almost spat out a mouthful of water. In Hui Jun's mind, anything left behind by the supreme gods could be used as a brick. To put it simply, anything that could open one's mind could be used as a brick. That's pretty much it. Perhaps he had considered that we were supposed to be guides, so he left such a function behind. But I think even if he didn't deliberately leave it behind, it should still be pretty much. He rolled his eyes at him. "I don't know. Don't ask me if it's not my fault. It's a blind spot in my knowledge. How is it? You should have used that light to look around when you entered the door. Did you find any good seedlings?" Suifeng's expression changed. He scratched his head and said casually, "I'm afraid not." "Well, the first step is to shine the light of origin around. We can only get a vague view. We have to let them walk around inside to know the specific situation." "What about the baptism of origin?" "Oh, it has begun now. It has begun the moment they stepped into this space. When the first light of origin energy fell on them, everything had begun. Hui. And here, I thought it would require all sorts of complicated methods to deal with it. Fasting, bathing, changing clothes, sincerity. The first stage of the examination. The second stage of the examination. The 5th stage of the examination. The 7th stage of the examination. The second examination. Re-examination. Suifeng's eyes widened. "You're selecting the first generation of heirs here? It's not that complicated. Even when the Venerables personally conducted the baptism of origin, it was just a light from their underpants. Those who felt something, they would pick them out and let them walk on the left. Those who felt something, they would all walk on the right. That's all. If there are heirs, there are heirs. If there aren't, there aren't. Anyway, the baptism of origin will be completed in less than 2 hours. The rest is to wait for the weak origin energy and weak origin law in the body and soul to slowly germinate. At first, there won't be any physical discomfort, but when they grow to the point where they need to do it themselves, there will be changes that may have a slight effect on them. They will remind you of this, so don't worry." Suifeng shrugged. "You see, it's that simple. We're in the middle of a war, so there's no time for that kind of pain in the ass. Examination. By the time you come out after 180 years, I'm afraid that the war will be over, and the node you're guarding will have been destroyed by the chaotic concept body. You might not even be able to find your own team. In such a situation, you can't be sloppy, but at the very least you can't drag things out." Hui. It seemed to make a lot of sense. Chapter 1924. He didn't know what to do with the origin baptism. After standing there for a while, he felt that nothing unexpected would happen, so he said goodbye to Sway Foam and ran into the observer space. When he passed by Maple, he stopped and looked at him. He saw that Maple's eyebrows were tightly knitted and his face was slightly irritated and distressed. After thinking for a while, he didn't want to disturb him. He left the space mark and left the observer space to receive the next batch of people. In fact, he wanted to temporarily open a passage to the sanctuary of creation. That way, he would not have to run back and forth to receive people. However, opening a passage from the outside would require him to deal with the observer space. At the moment, the observer space was surging with energy, overturning the void like a raging tide. It was not convenient for him to temporarily make unnecessary adjustments. When he just entered, he found that the spatial mark and spatial beacon he left before were all destroyed by Maple. If he left anything behind now, it would probably end up the same. Both the observer space and the sanctuary of creation were highly isolated and cut off from the outside world. If he did not use a spatial mark to directly teleport, he would only hit the void head-on. After all, it was an important place, and he had to make all kinds of preparations to prevent people from accidentally getting stuck in the void through various strange methods. In fact, it was not a big deal to accidentally barge in. The Order warriors on the front line of the void were all on the same side. Seeing that they repeatedly brought people around the observer space, it was clear that it was not a completely forbidden area. If they wanted to visit, they just had to let them know in advance. But if they really barged in by mistake, well, they were not afraid of barging in by mistake, but they were afraid that Maple might be doing something very dangerous when they barged in by mistake and accidentally brought people into the spiritual temple. So if they wanted to come, they should just go through the front door. Don't come here if you don't have anything to do. This place was more dangerous than the frontline battlefield. There was no scenery or special products. Those who wanted the latter too were better off going to the frontline world. By the time he went to the teleportation point to pick up people, I Ching had already reorganized everyone. This time, there were more people than the previous batch. If nothing unexpected happened, Qing Jun would also come. He wanted to see if he could get the title of inheritor, by the way. Well, he had a little bit of expectation for the people standing at the top at the moment, such as Qing Jun, Jing Yuanji I Ching, and the few girls of Maple's family, as well as the commander-in-chief and deputy commander-in-chief of each node. They were all standing at the mid-level of the premier stage. Of course, it was unrealistic to say that all of them could carry the title of inheritor, but he was a little bit looking forward to it. He originally wanted to let Qing Jun explore the path first, but in this batch of people he did not see Qing Jun. Instead, he saw Qing Jun, the deputy commander of his node, and couldn't help but be surprised. He landed next to I Ching and said to the former, "Where is Qing Jun? Where is your family's commander-in-chief? Didn't you say that he personally led the team to send people here?" "I didn't see him in the first batch, and it was said that he changed to the second batch." "Why, the second batch didn't come, but you came instead. You weren't forced to come here like a duck on a perch, were you?" The deputy commander tilted his head and pinched his nose with a speechless face. I don't know what the commander-in-chief was thinking. This time, before he was ready to set off, he suddenly said, "No, this can't be, and this can't be 3 times. Then, with a whoosh, he ran away. But everyone has already assembled, and we can't just disband in place. So, we had to instruct the people at the node, and it was my turn to bring people here. The defense of the node was entrusted to the deputy commander of the node next door to help guard it, although that place is estimated to be almost the same whether it is guarded or not. Ahem. It seems that the commander-in-chief didn't say anything to you?" Hui shook his head vigorously. No, little Qing. Did Qing Jun say anything to you?" "Not at all." I Ching spread out his hands. "Big brother Qing is inexplicably awkward. Let's just ignore him for now. Anyway, it will be his turn after a while." "That's right. But won't my idea fall through in this way?" I Ching's heart thumped. "Idea means—" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just concerned about the soul health of the top combat power. Hui smiled wryly and waved his hand. Then I'll take this group of people over first. Little Qing, you can almost order the next group of people to come over. The space over there is quite big. Even if 10 times the number of people come at once, it can still hold up. Oh! Watching Hui take his people away, I Ching touched his throat and took a light breath. He felt that he seemed to have noticed something just now, but there was just a little bit that he didn't feel it. And he always felt that this was probably the main reason why Big Brother Qing ran away before the battle. Although Hui didn't mention it to Big Brother Qing. He just happened to notice it himself, or he was worried about something. Well, in fact, there was no need to guess. He might know in a few days. But I'm still a little curious. I Ching scratched his head and smiled wryly. Seeing that the teleportation light had disappeared, he didn't think about it anymore. He prepared for a while in the soul transmission to convey Huey's message to the others, to send it in advance. Because of the sudden change in the plan, everyone needs some time to prepare before they can send people over. According to Huey's time, when the third group of people arrives, the first group of people should be almost finished. In the observer space, the sea of energy was still moving with a very violent momentum. It was still mobilizing energy bit by bit according to his thoughts. Once again, his attention was almost completely focused on the space in front of him. He wasn't too sure how big of a commotion he had caused. But when Hui brought people in, he took a glance at him and hurriedly left, not daring to stay for even a second. He could guess what was going on here. The momentum of the convergence of the storm was gradually increasing. He needed more energy and more violent pressure. By then, the commotion here would definitely be multiplied by many times. Should he prepare a passage for them in advance? The next time Hui brought people in, a sudden wave suddenly rolled up and pushed them all to the bottom of the sea. Well, Hui should be able to handle it. Let's not bother about them. What Yu Hui just said about adding another core to the structural core was not empty talk. He was actually trying to do it now. The inspiration came from CU's dual cores and the layers of rules and order of the Staff of Creation. It was a wonderful idea. Based on his calculations, the limit of what he could do now was to add another structural core to the structural core. He did not need to think too much about the layers of the Staff of Creation. That was something that could not be done in another field. However, just like the meaning of limit itself, it was not that easy to achieve such a situation. He estimated that he would have to smash a path out of hundreds and thousands of mistakes. As for the reason for doing this, it was to maximize the attack power. The level 2 and 3 energy towers had to satisfy the condition that all Order Warriors could use them, so they could not maximize the attack power. Furthermore, the level 1 energy tower was not for everyone to use. When the time came, the ones who would use the level 1 energy tower would be the best among the Order Warriors, such as Sui Feng and Hui. If they were to personally use the level 1 energy tower, the restriction would be lifted. Without the restriction, all that was left was to think about how to unleash the most powerful attack. However, just like the previous situation, the situation where the first generation energy tower encountered a bottleneck, which was the limit of the structure itself. Even if it was the second generation energy tower, if he were to push the level 1 energy tower to its limit, it would only be able to widen the distance between it and the level 2 energy tower. It would not be able to reach the level where it could be used against unexpected enemies. It would not work. However, if he were to change the structure of the energy tower, it would be equivalent to making it into a third generation energy tower. If he were to upgrade it again, he would have to create a new level 2 or 3 energy tower. That would be too troublesome, and it would not be easy to measure the relationship between the Order Warriors and the level 2 or 3 energy towers. After pushing this series of reasons back and forth, he finally decided to adjust the core structure of the level 1 energy tower and turn it into a dual core. The core structure of the second generation energy tower would ensure that the structure remained the same and would not have problems with energy gathering. The other core structure would be 90% modified from the core structure of the second-generation energy tower. It was as if it had become something else, and it would be responsible for pushing the attack to its limit. The idea was good, but it was difficult to adjust. Just like how the Staff of Creation was a whole new domain to him. This dual-core structure. It was indeed a whole new domain. Currently, he was obviously in a situation where he was forcefully giving orders, forcefully messing around, and forcefully messing around. Both cores expressed that they did not want to bother with him, and even wanted to kick a certain someone who was messing around and make him give up. However, he could not come up with any ideas other than messing around. He should at least try it out, right? As long as he did not die trying, he would just try it out. Who knows, he might get inspiration or find some clues that could be followed, or even solve the problem by a stroke of luck. Surely, it was suddenly so bright. Boom! An unstoppable explosion of energy suddenly came from the entire observer space. The violent movement was like a raging wave crashing against the shore. Even the sacred sanctuary of creation, which was 10 or 20 levels away, could hear it. The impact of the energy was weakened by the space of 10 or 20 levels before the sound arrived. Suddenly, the space trembled violently. Everyone who had just stepped into the domain of origin was shocked and quickly turned their heads. Hui and Suifeng calmly looked outside with a blank expression. How many times has it been? Oh, Brother Feng just exploded the second time. It doesn't matter. It looks like he can explode a few more times. Don't worry about him. See if the third batch has arrived. The first batch is almost done. When everyone heard their conversation, they suddenly realized that Master Feng had exploded again. So, they all expressed their calmness. They put their hands together and mourned for a second. Then, they followed Suifeng into the domain of origin. Hui came out of the sacred sanctuary of creation and was about to pick up the third batch. When he raised his foot and was about to teleport, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still decided to go to Feng's place to see what the situation was. Although the little angel had forcefully hung herself on Feng as a safety lock, it was hard to guarantee that Feng would not do something stupid in a moment of passion. It was better to go and take a look. Hot energy clouds scattered all over the observer space. This scene was like a star exploding, throwing out countless dust and star fragments. Hui understood that not only did Feng's things explode, but he might have also blown up the energy star he condensed. The residual energy waves from the energy explosion still remained in the space. It was like a wave that was far away from the shore, surging between heaven and earth. The roaring vibration was the residual echo in the space. It was the energy aftermath that could shock the soul. In this environment, when everyone comes in later, I'm afraid they won't even be able to move. Hui took a deep breath and almost choked himself to death. He quickly summoned the guardian shield and smashed it into the space. The energy impact of the explosion of the sacred tremor shook the energy aftermath in the space even more. When he felt that the environment was more comfortable, he heaved a sigh of relief and put the shield away. How much energy did it explode to make it like this? It seems that there was an explosion just now, but it was obviously not as big as this. It did not take much effort to find Feng, who was at the center of the energy explosion. The residual energy here was obviously more than 10,000 times the energy at the entrance of the sacred sanctuary of creation. But it was all well restrained. Under Feng's control, it sank little by little into the sea of energy, turning back into pure energy and being collected again. At this moment, Feng had a pair of white wings, wrapped in a faint golden barrier. Looking at his calm appearance, it was obvious that he was not affected by the explosion caused by himself. Oh, that was the wings of the little angel, not him. The girl was still hanging on him, and at the same time putting a shield on some hot-headed guy in danger. After all, she was the #1 support in the Void frontline. Even when the girl was confused, she could instinctively hold up the entire node. Support. Yes, support. The girl could not charge, but she was really good at helping others to charge. It was normal to put a shield on her. When the wings closed and wrapped the two together again, Hui came forward and looked at the situation in front of Feng. The core of the Staff of Creation still looked like a ball with a dozen legs on top of an octopus, but the whirlpool arched by the sea of energy had disappeared, and the starlight all around had dissipated. The Staff of Origin was nestled next to it, and both of them were safe and sound. As for right in front of Feng, there seemed to be a ball missing. When he passed by, he vaguely saw that there were 3 balls here, but he did not know what had blown up. "Feng, what are you doing?" He came forward and asked directly. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a few seconds before she moved slightly and looked at Hui, who was standing beside her. "It's just a small accident, nothing serious." "Although I'm used to you calling all accidents small and big accidents, I still can't tell what you have just blown up." Hui rolled his eyes. If he really believed Feng's words, his IQ would not be higher than the height of a bamboo shoot. "So you blew up that thing you were messing with, the thing you just said with an extra core? It did blow up, but—" Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment and slowly lowered her head. "It seems that it's not completely damaged." Hui took a deep breath and maintained his calm appearance. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and glanced at him, then waved at the sea of energy below. The sea of energy that had not completely calmed down arched again, and a ball of light with a diameter of only 50 or 60 feet appeared. No, it was an irregular sphere with only a vague boundary. It was filled with chaotic chains of laws, peeling it off layer by layer. In the middle, there were 2 colorful balls of energy, one on the left and one on the right, facing each other, slowly circling around the center. They were entangled by countless chains of laws and order around them, as if they were forcibly tied together. No matter how one looked at it, there was a bit of a restless feeling. It made people worry that the 2 balls of energy that were barely stable would collapse in the next second, triggering another energy explosion. This is considered a success." Hui pressed his head to show that he did not understand. He only understood that there was indeed an extra ball inside. "It's considered a success, but half of the structure of the core was blown up clean." Yun Nuashing looked at the ball of light in front of her, the strong, colorful light in her eyes fading slightly. "It can't be repaired yet. We have to wait for it to calm down. It will take some time." "Oh, in short, the structure of the first level of the energy tower is considered complete, right?" "No, just the first step." "Yeah. This. What else are you planning to do?" Yun Nuashing pointed at the core of the Staff of Creation. "We still need the energy of the Staff of Creation, the fragments of laws, the power of order and concept-level power. This is up to fate. It's fine if we have it, but there's nothing we can do if we don't have it." Huey's jaw dropped. He still remembered what Sui Feng and Brother Lei said. "No, it's not that concept-level power can't be moved." He was startled for a moment because he saw Feng tilting his head slightly and looking at him from the corner of his eyes. Feng Luo revealed an inexplicable smile, which was somewhat demonic and— Damn, this smile was really beautiful. However, it really made him feel a little inexplicable. It also made him tremble with fear. His thoughts suddenly flashed a few times as if he had been struck by lightning. "Damn, don't tell me you can already. I definitely can't use it. Concept-level power is not something that can be used at will, but—" Yun Nuashing stopped smiling and denied his guess. She continued to point at the core of the Staff of Creation. "But it can. A weak concept-level power mixed in the first level of the energy tower will not take up too much space. Therefore, the loss of the upper limit of the tower's power will not be more than 1% under the condition that the concept-level power cannot be used. But if you have to use the Staff of Creation, this concept-level power can make the power of the Staff of Creation. Well, you know what I mean. Didn't you keep saying that there's no way to use the Staff of Creation to its limit? Now you're thinking about the power above the limit?" Hui felt more confused the more he listened. Yun Nuashing frowned and let out a sigh of relief. I didn't say anything about using the power above the limit. I'm just thinking of ways to make it close to the limit. If you still don't understand, I'll use you as a guinea pig. No, no, no. I get it. I get it. I get it. Hui immediately waved his hand and ran a distance away. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Simply put, you're using the first level of the energy tower to make the staff of creation more powerful, right? Isn't that easy to understand? Yun Nuashing nodded. In other words, using part of the acceptable price to bear the price of using the staff of creation. Damage transfer. With Maple's current situation, it was basically impossible for him to use the staff of creation to its limit. Yun Nuashing thought that even if Maple intended to break through the current limit and reach the next level, he would still not be able to use the staff of creation to its limit. If they had to deal with the chaos concept body, the staff of creation would certainly be their first choice with their current strength. They just had to find a way to solve the problem of not being able to use its full power. Still, there was no telling how many level 1 energy towers and level 2 or 3 energy towers would be needed to offset such a degree of damage transfer. Yun Nuashing did not even know if Maple intended to use such a method to offset the price of forcefully using the Pillar of Creation. If Yun Nuashing himself bore the greatest pressure and had all the energy towers support the Staff of Creation to unleash that blow. Yes, Yun Nuashing knew that Maple would definitely do such a thing. It's naturally best to have that concept class power, but it's not a problem if not. Converting the level 1 energy towers into special energy towers would further strengthen the various levels of the energy towers and still achieve the result I want. It's just that the effect would not be as good as concept class power. Yun Nuashing sighed and turned to look at Hui, whose face was full of confusion and shock. Aren't you going to get him? Yun Nuashing asked with a raised brow. Oh, yeah, I forgot about it while I was watching the show. Hui immediately remembered that he was only here to take a look, and after watching for a dozen minutes, he quickly ran out of the observer space. After Hui left, the little angel suddenly opened her golden eyes and whispered into Hui's ear. Aren't you going to tell him your intentions? Yun Nuashing shook her head. You don't have to, but he seems to have guessed it. Look at his confused expression just now. So, it's needless to say that we can guess it. Based on my understanding of him and his understanding of me, this tacit understanding that has spanned more than 10 eras, there's no need to say anything between us. He knows what I will do if I'm faced with the most dangerous moment. He didn't come up to dissuade me because he knows that there's no other way. We can't choose what to do at this time because there aren't many options for us to take. So even if he knows that this is extremely dangerous and doesn't say anything, he also knows that he can't dissuade me. The little angel tilted her head and muttered softly, What an enviable, tacit understanding. Yun Nuashing said, Hey, don't talk in such a jealous tone. No, I want it. She muttered and suddenly opened her small mouth and gently bit his neck. Her 2 small canine teeth gently pressed down. Ouch. Be gentle. Yun Nuashing grimaced and shivered. It was really painful to the point that she shivered. This girl hasn't done this for a long time. Ouch. She even used a little more force. If it weren't for the fact that he was an energy life form, he might have bled by now. Shivering, he quickly reached out and pressed the girl's head. Okay. Ouch, it's really painful. Don't use so much force, the little angel snorted softly and let go of his mouth. Yun Nuashing quickly moved her shoulders and couldn't help but mutter, You treat my soul as your own. Why are you suddenly jealous? And you're jealous of Hui. It's a little ridiculous. The fate formed by the precipitation of time and the bond of life and death. The little angel was halfway through her sentence when Yun Nuashing covered her mouth. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why are you suddenly throwing a tantrum? I've never seen you throw a tantrum in this aspect before. I don't know. It's just all of a sudden. Tilting his head slightly, He could barely see the little angel. He wanted to see her expression, but she buried her head behind his shoulder. Girls throw tantrums occasionally. No one knew when they would suddenly throw a tantrum, and it was impossible to predict. Anyway, it had already happened when he found out. He thought for a moment and rubbed her head. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Well, he was busy with something important at hand, but according to the current situation, he should have something to say to the girl. But what should he say? Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. Suddenly, he pulled the girl who had been hanging on his body for a few hours to his front. She was stunned for a moment with a puzzled expression. He took a deep breath and lowered his head to give her a deep kiss. With the vast starry sky as the background, nothing. Ay-ya-ya! Don't look, don't look. Go, go. If you look again, all of you will be sent into the void, do you understand? If you are forced to take a bath, I will not bring you back. Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat when he heard Huey's hurried yelling behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw a group of people covering their eyes with their hands, ready to run away. Yun Nuashing's pretty face turned red in an instant. Seeing Huey's excited look, he was so anxious that he even took out the Netherworld Ruins sword and shouted, "Stop right there, all of you! Don't run! Let me give you a set of physical amnesia. Stop right there! Hui! F***CK run!" The group of people were as clever as rabbits at this moment. They jumped and disappeared. But before they slipped away, he heard a burst of laughter, which made his face redder. He gritted his teeth and did not know where to vent his anger. Damn it, this was really a large-scale social disaster. He was sure that this matter would spread throughout the Void frontline in less than half a day. The problem was that he could not stop this kind of news from spreading in the Void frontline. It's over, it's over. After half an hour, he would not have the face to see anyone. He was done for. When he was at a loss of what to do, the little angel walked behind him and tugged at his clothes. While he was still in a daze, he subconsciously turned around. A white figure threw herself into his arms. His vision was covered by a pair of white wings and became dim. He could only see a pair of golden eyes shining brightly in front of him. It was as if she wanted to condense the feelings that she hadn't shared for many years into this kiss. It was a rare time for him to share his feelings. It was only a few minutes, but because of this it was extremely precious. Okay, let's not be awkward. A few minutes later, the little angel stuck out her tongue and let go of him. She went around to his back and hung herself on him. Go do your work. I won't disturb you. Yun Nuashing scratched his pretty face, which was still a little hot. He saw the smile on the girl's face when she slipped behind him. Ah, speaking of which, he finally confirmed one thing. In fact, he already had a result a few years ago, but now he was more convinced of it. This girl, although the shape and personality of this body were similar to Ming in his memory, but they were not the same person. He felt awkward because of this before. They had similar faces and similar personalities, but because of the difference in nature, there would eventually be differences. Even if this body was not molded from his memory but from Ming's memory, the situation would not be exactly the same. Perhaps there was no need to be so awkward in the first place. So, the reason why this girl chose to mold herself based on Ming was why? When he thought about the countless years she had spent sleeping alone in the black hole of the abyss, he suddenly understood. Perhaps it was because she was the same as Ming Ming and had experienced almost the same period of time, so they had very similar feelings. Even the reason she had stayed in his soul world was because of this girl. Yun Nuashing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and showed a helpless smile. He reached out his hand and rubbed her head. After a while, if we still have a little free time, let's go out again, okay? The little angel did not raise her head. She just responded with a chuckle. Okay. Chapter 1925. In the domain of origin, Hui led a large group of people into the gate as if they were running for their lives. Sui Feng, who was waiting at the gate, was shocked when he saw them laughing and joking as if they had just escaped from a tiger's den. For a moment, he didn't know what to ask. It was as if they had encountered 3 to 5 difficult situations that could cause them to show such a difficult expression. He just didn't know what had just happened. Phew, the third group is here. The next group. I'll go over later. Hui waved his hand and grinned at Sui Feng. When he heard the laughter behind him, he quickly turned around and said to everyone, all right, stop messing around. Let's forget about what we just saw. Don't talk nonsense, or you'll be in trouble. Cough, cough. Hurry up and go in." After that, he quickly repeated what he had said to the 2 groups of people. When Brother Lei came to lead them in, Hui heaved a sigh of relief. Sui Feng, who had been watching from the side, walked over with a blank expression and asked, "What's wrong with you guys? Were you thrown into the chaotic void by some void activity on your way here? Did you fight with the chaos concept body in advance? I don't think that's the case. Was he being chased by a ferocious beast? Beast? No. That's the most powerful weapon in the void right now." Hui shook his head. Sui Feng immediately understood what he was talking about and asked curiously, "Little Brother Feng still has time to play with you guys when he's busy? Or did you guys go and provoke Little Brother Feng when he's angry?" Neither. Hui laughed dryly and hesitated for a while. He felt that since everyone knew about it, there was nothing to say. He might as well say it slowly. "I accidentally stumbled upon the scene of the sago, tree blooming every few years." Ha 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 ha. Sui Feng's brain short-circuited for a moment. He understood, but he didn't know the specific cause and effect. He didn't know how the situation developed. Speaking of which, you always run into Little Brother Feng when he's talking to them. It's very interesting. You didn't do it on purpose, did you? Of course not. I can't wait for them to find a place to play. Hui grimaced. Just a second ago, they were still violently messing around with the Staff of Creation and the new core structure of the Tier 1 energy tower. The next second, I ran out for 5 minutes to bring them back. In the end, I came in with thousands of troops and saw the 2 of them being intimate. I feel so wronged. What can I do if I accidentally bumped into them? I quickly held down those guys who were about to kick up a fuss and quickly dragged them away. To Maple, that was a huge social death scene. He didn't purge us on the spot because he was a little stupid and couldn't react in time. Sui Feng nodded. "So, you don't dare to go out now because you're afraid that Brother Feng will send you into the Staff of Creation." Hui grimaced so hard that half of his face was wrinkled into a walnut shape. He nodded slightly. Sui Feng spread his hands. "But you have to go out sooner or later. You can't just stay here forever. You're ruining things for the emotionless Brother Feng. TSK. You're nothing compared to tearing down a temple. You've basically ruined the progress of a relationship after several eras. I'm really wronged. Who would have thought that they didn't care about the atmosphere or the scene?" Hui Jun's face twitched a few times. The pain on his face was overflowing. Like I said, it was an accident. Accidents happen at any time, anywhere. I would only be shocked if Little Brother Feng took them out for a sightseeing tour one day when he was busy dealing with a bunch of troublesome matters. He would only take a few minutes to talk to them when he suddenly had some free time, such as when he was busy dealing with the relics of the Venerables. If the atmosphere was just right, then... That's what I mean. He would talk for a few minutes, and then go back to work. Sui Feng patted Hui Jun's shoulder and sighed as he pushed Hui Jun out. "All right, hurry up and face your fate. You can't run or hide. You're still you. Just accept your fate. Hey, I still have something to say. Don't rush to execute me." Hui Jun struggled for a while before he stood up straight. He coughed softly and said in a low voice, "So the situation of the first batch is..." Sui Feng put on a serious expression when he heard that Hui Jun was not stalling for time. He waved his hand and sighed. "As we expected, everyone is 3rd generation. Not a single 2nd generation?" Hui Jun had a rough idea after listening to their various methods of judging the inheritors. But when the results were in front of him, he still found it hard to believe. Well, he struggled a little. What about the second batch? As expected, it's the same. Suifeng shrugged and sighed when he saw Hui Jun looking even more conflicted than before. Just as we've said before, according to the gods' judgment, the true successor of the gods is not the same as the countless disciples that spread across the void. It's not that easy to bump into them. If we use the most extreme ratio to calculate, Suifeng pondered for a while, if there are second-generation inheritors in the entire void frontline, there should be at most 12 of them. In reality, there may be 1 or 2 less. Actually, it's normal. Think about the scope of the war in our era and how many order beings were affected. It was understandable. As Suifeng had said, the war between order and chaos in the previous era also involved the entire 8 elements realm. At that time, there were already plenty of third-generation inheritors everywhere, plus the accumulation of more than 30 eras. There were less than 200 true inheritors in total. It was not hard to imagine how difficult it was for 2 inheritors to emerge. Don't you understand? If you don't understand, please elaborate. The 1,300 nodes in the Void frontline were not as large as the node with the Fortress of Origin as the hub. At that time, the Fortress of Origin was spread all over the 8 elements realm. There were thousands of them. Thousands? No. At the very least, there were at least 100,000 of them. And this was the situation when we were still here. If we count it later, when the war is at its fiercest, this number may double or even multiply several times. And it's not just a matter of quantity. Every Fortress of Origin and the Shrine of Origin below it, as a mid-level node, must be guarded by a corresponding number of Order Warriors. It's not just about the number of nodes. Suifeng shook his head and waved his hand. Hui was speechless. When the Void frontline was at its peak, there were only about 2,000 nodes. At that time, there were not even enough Shrines of Origin. It was only after the Void frontline shrank several times that there were now 1,300 nodes, which was just enough to suppress the number of Shrines of Origin. And with the current situation, they did not have to worry about not having enough Shrines of Origin. It was just that, what if they did not have enough Order Warriors? Yes, the number of defensive nodes had increased, but the number of Order Warriors had not. This was different from the previous era. In the previous era, every node was fully loaded. Even if there was a sudden addition of a node, it could be stuffed to the brim with strength and defense. On the other hand, on their side, well, if there were more nodes like the Shrine of Origin, there might not be a situation where the nodes did not need to be guarded and they could charge at the front lines. There were not enough Order Warriors. With a huge number of nodes and an extremely long time, if these 2 conditions were combined, there would be no more than 200 first and second generation heirs. One could imagine how difficult it would be to cross this threshold. Right, he still remembered that there were 49 heavenly gods of origin who had even weakened their own origin energy to look for heirs. All right, with these 3 conditions, it is indeed quite difficult. After all, the defensive strength of our entire Void frontline can't even compare to the defensive strength of the entire Fortress of Origin's central node, even if it was doubled. I'm already very... Hui looked up and did some calculations, feeling that something was not right. So logically speaking, wouldn't the most extreme situation be having no heirs at all? Where did these 12 come from? Well, as I've told you before, whether one can become an heir or not is related to one's own essence. Well, this thing can be changed with a little effort. That's a basic condition, and the only thing left is whether it's suitable or not. Don't be fooled by the question of whether it's suitable or not. Look at the God of Destruction. There was only one true heir after 300 eras, and the 2 have not actually met. Just by looking at this, you can see how troublesome the question of whether it's suitable or not is. And in this case, the heir's essence is already special enough before it changes, or because he or she is exposed to too much origin energy, causing him or her to become special little by little, and even have a little bit of adaptability. This is a very good basic condition. You understand the situation, don't you? Sui Feng threw a glance at Hui Jun and spread his hands. Hui Jun frowned in thought for a few seconds, before suddenly widening his eyes and raising his brow as if he had a sudden epiphany. Snapping his fingers hard, he said excitedly, "You're talking about Feng's girls." "Ah, that's definitely included." Sui Feng looked up at the endless stars forged by the domain of origin and slowly said, "Two of them are related to the divine realm, and one is a life form of the origin. All three of them are not ordinary people and have been in contact with Feng for a long time. The origin energy and origin law that he leaked had already subtly changed them, even if they themselves did not realize it. As for the other two, it's a pity. Although they have been in contact with Feng for a long time and their essence is special enough, they're still life forms on the order side of chaos. Even if they are not true chaos life forms, as the gods believe, the existence of this order excludes them. There's no helping it." Hui Jun's mouth twitched. "They are life forms of the death shroud in the end, and there's no helping it. Even if they have chosen the side of order and had stayed by Feng's side for long enough that their own order had carried part of the presence of order, it does not change the fact that they are chaos life forms. The change to their essence and origin was not enough, but to completely change it would be extremely dangerous for them." Hui Jun quickly changed the topic. "So, there are three that have a high probability of being the primes. What about the other 9? There are 9 more. One of them is Jing Yuanji. Brother Feng, you gave her the creation crystal left behind by her eminence, right? She should have an 80% chance of becoming an inheritor. There are 8 more." Sui Feng turned to Hui Jun. "You're one of them." Hui Jun paused and pointed at himself blankly. The ones mentioned before have a very high probability, so high that we can subconsciously think of them as heirs, candidates who are just one baptism away. Well, starting with you, Hui Jun, it's just a relatively high probability. Well, when it's my turn, it starts to fall off a cliff. That's interesting." Hui Jun grimaced. "Let me guess. Is it because I've been in contact with Feng too much and then my essence? Because I'm the guardian of the divine realm?" "Yes, those are the 2 reasons." Hui Jun crossed his arms and stared at himself, and even looked at his own origin structure inside out. He then looked up abruptly. "But I don't feel any change in me. Feng's girl has been close to him for a longer time, and even the duration of the seal has been dissolved by 1/3 to 1/2. It's a very obvious and enviable effect, but on my side, I don't feel any change. The origin energy and laws that little brother Maple leaked out are all weak energies and laws. The biggest effect of the subtle changes is that you won't be resisted when you come into direct contact with the origin energy and laws. The dissolving of the seal is just a side effect. It's the same when we're beside the venerated gods. As for the other effects, well, actually, we don't know what little brother Maple's level of contamination has changed you. We'll only know after you go through the origin baptism, and the changes will also be related to the origin. If you can't bring something hidden in the dark to the surface, it's as good as non-existent. That's what it means." Hui Jun frowned. "Then there are 7 more? The 7 will depend on the situation at the void frontline. That's why it's an extreme situation and probability." Sui Feng spread his hands helplessly. That's why we might have to subtract 1 or 2. By the way, Qing Jun might also be counted. After all, there's a goddess among the goddess with similar characteristics to him, and she's probably quite compatible with him. Are you talking about the void brute trait? Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. The 2 glanced at each other, and both did not know whether to laugh or cry. Their heads were full of brute, and they would have a headache no matter where they were. "Well, although it's a little difficult and also a little. No, it can't even be forced. We can't find a suitable person in the entire void frontline." Sui Feng suddenly muttered as he pinched his chin. "What? Do you want the 2 heavenly gods of origin to show their divinity and taken 2 heirs to help them get through this difficult time. It's not to the extent of getting through it, but it would be more comfortable if there are. Suifeng shrugged and said, "The first one is the Lord of Creation, the goddess who proposed the path of creation of order. The second one is the god of weapons, not Bing as in Ice Mountain, but Bing as in weapons. The 12 divine swords you know now, the 3rd generation of creation, were created by these 2 gods and the other gods." Hui listened to the conditions that were pieced together and touched his cheeks. "Could it be that you want to get a few more divine weapons?" "Oh no. I want to see if I can get the 1st and 2nd generation of creation cores if I have the heirs of these 2 gods. Of course, it's not impossible to create the 3rd generation of creation cores. Wishful thinking, whimsical and daydreaming." Suifeng gave himself a long list of descriptions and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "It's just wishful thinking. If there are heirs, many things we have on hand can be easily solved, and Brother Maple's pressure will be reduced a lot." Hui Jun nodded to show that he understood. Right now, Maple's pressure was the greatest because he had to deal with the Staff of Creation, the Staff of Origin, and the Fortress of Origin. He had a headache, and it was fine if they were too big, but they might even crack. He estimated that in 2 days he would see a certain someone's white hair and hair falling madly. Oh, his hair would not fall, no matter how hard he tried. Suifeng said that he was just joking and was about to change the topic, but he suddenly pinched his chin and took a deep breath. "Why do I feel that you might actually have a chance?" "Hui Jun." "Huh. What kind of possibility are you talking about?" "The 5 elemental constitutions position in creation, and creation is unshakable in the realm of the gods. This characteristic is a little similar to that of Her Eminence." Suifeng paused and scratched his head. "Of course. Seeing that Siyu hasn't done anything in this area yet, I think any high-level life form would be able to kick her out." Brother Maple didn't want to give her any guidance or anything. At least give her a beginner's tutorial. Maple can't even protect himself at all times, so he doesn't have the time to care about others. Moreover, have you forgotten what he said to you a few hours ago?" Hui Jun shrugged. Hui spread out his hands. "Actually, the most important thing is that Maple knew the characteristics of the 5 elements body, but he didn't have the time to guide her. When he first met the 5 elements girl, she obviously hadn't reached the point where she could start to branch out on her own path. When the time was ripe, Maple was already very busy. Look at him now. He can't wait to drag the underworld down with him. Hiss! Where would he have the time to dig a path for others? He doesn't even have the time to dig his own grave. One day he'll rush out with a bang and set the underworld on fire, and then with a clang he'll dismantle the void of order, and we'll have to run over to help collect his corpse." Yeah. Suifeng groaned and crossed his arms, deep in thought. "I wonder if Siyu really did become Her Eminence's successor. Is it too late to push a duck onto a perch? Well, there's no need to rush." Hui waved his hand. "It's not even set in stone yet, and it's not something we can make an appointment for as long as we want. It still depends on what the origin energy and the things left behind by Your Eminence think." "That's true. It's a little too hasty to treat it as though it's done." Suifeng nodded. It was best not to have too much hope before the next step was set. Putting too much hope and expectation into it for no reason would be a burden for them and the girl. There was no need at all. Damn it, stop thinking so much. A guide is a guide, not a forced route. Where did all that self-awareness go? Not noticing that Suifeng was suddenly distressed. Hui was still thinking about this matter. "I originally wanted Qing Jun to give it a try first, as the top of the top, but I don't know why that guy suddenly ran away. Should I go take a look first? Well, it's not impossible. But don't you want to wait until Brother Feng is here to take a look?" Suifeng quickly came back to his senses and threw away his weird thoughts. "Aren't you going to tell him?" "I haven't thought about it yet. I haven't decided if I should tell him or not. It's better to go tell him. After all, it's going to be over soon." I can't keep it a secret." Hui waved his hand and turned around. His face suddenly changed from light to incomparably solemn, as though he was walking to the execution ground. "I'm going." Sui Feng was speechless. He had almost forgotten that Hui Jun had disturbed Brother Feng's good thing. It seemed that Hui Jun was going to accept his fate. "No, I'll bring the next group over first." "Well, I'll take a detour." Sui Feng was speechless. He was trying to stall for time. This time, the spatial beacon was a long way off. He took a long detour to bypass Feng's location. After sending the fourth group of people assembled by I Ching into the sanctum of creation, he teleported to Feng's location. This time, he teleported carefully. He checked the situation first. Well, nothing strange happened. Everything was normal. He was dealing with the structural core of the Level 1 energy tower. The light cluster had returned to its original size of 10 feet. It seemed that he had entered the next stage. "What are you looking at?" Feng's indifferent voice suddenly came, and Hui shuddered. Seeing that Feng did not even turn his head and only cared about messing with the structural core, Hui could not help but grin. His face was indifferent to death, and he even said in a teasing tone, "Sai, I'm just afraid that when the news comes out, you guys will be—" Ahem. Yes, he deliberately brought it up. He was looking for death, and he was also making things more difficult for himself. However, Feng was clearly too lazy to argue with him. He turned and rolled his eyes as if nothing had happened, and Hui breathed a sigh of relief. The alarm was lifted and there was no need for the execution. How far is the structural core now? Hui walked up and looked at the light cluster. He still could not understand. It's just stabilized not long ago. It took a lot of effort to restore the structural core to its original state. The rest, well, I'm considering whether to expand the structural core further and solidify it into a core, or directly proceed to the next step of secondary strengthening. Yun Nuashing looked up at the structural core that had yet to solidify. Her eyes trembled slightly, and she took a deep breath to focus. How should I put it? Give me a simple and easy to understand distinction. If I still want to strengthen the structural core, I want it to come into contact with the staff of creation, which is the step I just told you about. As for the secondary strengthening, although it sounds like I've given up, it's not that I've given up. I have another idea, which is to use the staff of creation's origin energy and origin law to strengthen the structural core into a secondary strengthening. I'm comparing which method is better, because the next step will be very troublesome, and I can't act rashly. I've been calculating and comparing which method is better. Hui noticed that after Feng finished speaking, he tapped his neck with a headache. His face was full of fatigue, and only then did he notice that Feng's law, order, energy form, was a little dim after maintaining it for too long. The light stream that streaked across his body had shrunk a lot. He probably did not choose to use the sea of energy or other methods to prolong his life, probably because he did not want to waste it. After all, it did not seem like he needed to maintain this form for too long. Maintaining this form every second would burn a lot of energy, and it was an amount that could kill many people. In other words, Feng was showing signs of fatigue, his brain was not working well, and his thinking was beginning to slip. At this moment, he should let his girl cheer him up and let him rest for a while. Then he turned his head and saw that the little angel had fallen asleep. At this moment, Si Yu and Qing Huang were still in seclusion and were not here. Shuang was still practicing at the front line. Where was Yuan Kong? Who was it? It was that platinum-haired girl. Who was she again? There was another. Who was that? Anyway, none of them were here at the moment. Hui coughed dryly. Well, if he could not cheer him up, and he might be thrown out by Feng for being a troublemaker, then let's talk about the problem. So, why don't you keep the structural core as it is now, and let the creator or the sanctuary of creation create another one? You can try both situations again, and then you'll know which one is better, right? Yun Nuashing's eyes, which had dimmed by a few notches, suddenly brightened. She was stunned for a moment. Yes, that's right. What am I thinking? Looking at Feng rubbing his eyes and trying to force himself to be alert, Hui sighed softly. Rest for a while. If you can't handle the first stage, there's still the second stage. And this is a level 1 energy tower. I don't want anything strange to happen when I'm using it. If you force it, you'll really make a mistake. Yin Nuashing covered her face with her hand and was silent for a long time. Rule, order, energy form, gently dissipated. She let out a long sigh. All right, Hui. Hoo, are you possessed by something? You weren't so easy to persuade in the past. It's nothing. It's just that the situation is, as you said. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Let's rest for a while. Let the Creator create 3 or 4 first. Let me adjust a few states and see what happens before we proceed to the next step. Yawn. Hui blinked and suddenly grinned. By the way, Feng, how long will it take for Siyu and Qing Huang to come out? I'm not very sure. I have to go check on them. It's been a few years. They should be out by now, right? Yun Nuashing yawned again and rubbed her eyes. By the way, how are things with Sui Feng and the others? I was just about to talk about it. Let's go check on your girls first. I mentioned this matter to them. Let's talk about it while we go. Mentioned? Is it about the inheritors? Hui scratched his head. You know about it again. I had an idea a few years ago, but it was just an idea. I didn't know how to do it. After all, I'm just an executor in name. There are some things that I can't do. Yun Nuashing dealt with a few structural cores here and looked at the rapidly recovering fortress of origin in another dimension. After confirming that everything was fine, she drooped her shoulders and floated into the depths of the observer dimension like a ghost. Let's go check on them first. Looking at Feng, who was so tired that she could collapse at any time, Hui frowned and rubbed his forehead. He sighed in his heart. He really hoped that Qing Huang and Siyu could become the inheritors of the heavenly god of origin as expected. Then they could share some of the burden. He knew that he couldn't do it. Even if he really became the inheritors, he was just a shield and couldn't help much. The problem now was that a shield couldn't do anything. Chapter 1926. The heavens were about to bestow great responsibility upon him, and the situation was so serious that he couldn't handle it with a single shield. Instead, he had to carry a shield with both hands and take a beating. All right, he was talking nonsense, but the truth was more or less the same as what he was saying. Was a shield important? It was important, especially since he and Maple had about the same level of attack. He alone could take charge of the defense of an entire battlefield, and with a shield he could delay the time when his own people would be killed by the enemy's attacks. He could also use this extended time to attack the enemy as if his life depended on it, but to say that it wasn't too important. If he didn't dawdle and directly used more powerful firepower to crush the enemy, then everything would be fine. Even the enemy's attacks would be crushed, and there wouldn't be any problems. However, he was a shield, and attacking recklessly was not his area of expertise. He did have such thoughts before, but it wasn't because he doubted himself. Just like now, when the concept of chaos and the domain of chaos were mentioned, everyone was so anxious that it was as if the void would collapse tomorrow. The entire void frontline was quickly mobilized to find any way to make up for this shortcoming. It was obvious how important a shield was, but sometimes he really felt that just carrying a shield was actually, well, it wasn't too useful. That was why he had picked up a great sword a long time ago and learned a few attacking methods that exceeded the range of a guardian from Maple. However, it was only to the extent that he could barely be of use. He was still a shield at heart. It was fine as long as he had enough shields. It was fine as long as he could ensure that his own people would not be ambushed by the enemy to the point that they were half dead or severely injured. After enduring this phase, his ultimate goal was still to finish off the enemy. Trying to wear out the enemy while carrying a shield? He didn't think that would work. He was getting off topic. Now that he had the existence of an order creation like the energy tower, he could also help to blast out 2 energy torrents when the defense wasn't that tight. His own realm and the uniqueness of his energy were there, and his attacks with the energy tower were quite good. but it still couldn't make up for the core problem. Their attacks weren't powerful enough, and their spears weren't sharp enough. The only weapon that could be considered to be a heavy blow to the enemy was Maple. Maple was the only one who was stubbornly holding on at the front and not retreating. Ever since he launched his charge, he didn't say anything about retreating. He played himself to death and tore himself into something that was neither human nor ghost. But even so, it still wasn't enough. He couldn't change the situation on the battlefield by himself. Ever since Maple became more and more insane, he had been worried about that. Unfortunately, he saw with his own eyes that his worry had turned into reality, and yet he felt helpless about the development of the situation. He was just a shield. No matter how tough a shield was, it was enough when it reached a certain level. However, there was never a need to worry about having too much power to kill the enemy. He was always worried about not having enough power. As the situation they were facing became clearer and clearer, the danger level increased step by step, and the power they needed became even greater. And then, that mission fell on Maple's shoulders without any discussion. He was already in a terrible situation. Although everyone was working hard, be it the countless Order warriors on the front lines or Sui Fong and the other second-generation inheritors, it was still far from enough. He actually hoped that one day he would hear Maple jokingly say things like, "Oh, we're already at this level. Let's figure out how to hold up a shield and kill the enemy." Instead of saying things like, "Push your power to the limit," or "My attack power isn't enough. I need to put my life on the line." Phew, that's why it's fine to be a shield once in this life. In the next life, if there's a next life, don't just focus on being a shield. Why don't you consider picking up a spear and boldly charging alongside Maple? But that was just a thought. For now, he still had to carry his shield obediently. After all, it was time for him to raise his defense to the maximum. Yes, he knew that, but he was just worried for Maple. Looking at how Maple looked, as if his soul had left his body. "Sai, what's wrong?" Yun Nuashing turned around and saw Ahui standing beside him with one hand on his waist and sighing in self-pity. He tilted his head, puzzled. "Are you worried about the inheritors?" Something like that. Hui scratched his head and replied with a frown. He was indeed worried about that kind of problem. He hoped that there would be 1 or 2 more people to share the burden with Maple. "Don't worry too much. This can't be forced." Yun Nuashing's eyelids drooped slightly. He took a deep breath and held back his yawn. He stood still and waved his hand gently. The sea of energy surged. Countless energy flowed. Energy waves appeared out of nowhere in the air. Then they retreated in all directions like a flood. When the waves receded, a square box that looked about the same size as the creation space suddenly appeared in front of him. The matter of origin can never be forced. Whether it's the origin gods or the beings of order, it's the same. Although they chose to find problems with themselves and lowered their demands, the result is still very little. I've discussed with them. It seems that it has been like this since the new era. The knowledge of the beings of order in battle and chaos is far from what it was during the era of chaos. It's something that can't be helped. Maple said as he led them through the door of the square box. As soon as they stepped through the door, the space, which was originally covered in ordinary light, was suddenly occupied by the brilliant light of origin energy. The dazzling light rushed in from all directions. It felt as if they had plunged into the interior of the sun. Not an inch of their bodies was not covered by the light. Hui walked into this space without any precaution. The vast and mighty light that greeted him made his vision turn white. Suddenly, he let out a cry and forgot what he had been thinking about just now. He hurriedly covered his eyes. After a while, when he felt that he was not so blind anymore, he quickly blinked dozens of times and slowly opened his eyes. The space was a space that he could not tell the size and whether there were layers of twisted structure. He could only see that it was covered by the light of origin energy in all directions. The colorful light flowed in the space. The parts that were not so bright were like the light and shadow of the wall. that was covered by the brilliant light. When he locked his eyes on the details, he could see that the entire wall and the space were in a flowing state. He felt that he had plunged into a colorful star that was cast with origin energy. It was a place that was cast with familiar energy. The origin energy here was all Maple's breath. You hid the two girls in this place cast with origin energy? Hui took a deep breath and almost choked on the rich origin energy. Such a high concentration of origin energy. It was not too uncomfortable. He could still get used to it. It was just that this place did not look like a place where he could break through peacefully, just like the planet that had been smelted into an explosive object. Although Ren had been there for some years, every time he opened his eyes and saw a huge explosive object lying in front of him, he could not help but shudder in fear. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and knew what he was thinking. Don't worry. Si Yu and Qing Huang can withstand this level of origin energy. They have experienced more violent origin energy and origin law. Hui was speechless. Did he mean that they had gotten used to watching origin energy explode when Feng Luo went berserk? Like I said, those girls must have lived in an abyss of suffering every day. Cough, cough. Compared to the peaceful environment they were in right now, there was no need to worry. Furthermore, according to Sui Feng, those two girls should be more adaptable to origin energy and origin law than he was. After all, they had always been by Feng Luo's side. Well, there was no need for him to worry. Even Feng Luo's down quilt didn't show any fear, so there was no need for him to worry about them. There was indeed a distorted spatial structure in this place. It was not to hide the two girls. It seemed that Maple used the overlapping structure to allow the origin energy in this space to flow more into the center and complete the cycle faster. In the center that was flooded by origin energy, Ren peeled off a dozen layers of spatial structure and saw the two girls curled up in a deep sleep. The surging energy was suppressed by the origin energy to within 5 feet of them. It was an immeasurable difference compared to the last time he saw it. Whoa, their aura has jumped 3 or 4 levels. Are they planning to break through in one go until they're blocked by the next seal? Hui felt the aura of the two girls that he had not seen for a long time. He crossed his arms and said, They are very close to us, but when they are about to catch up with us, they will be blocked by the seal. Well, I don't know as much about the Yuansha realm as you do. Yun Nuashing let out a sigh. Anyway, they have been cooped up here for a long time. I calculated according to the time each of you broke through the realm, and combined with the conditions of staying here to calculate their situation. I think it's about time for them to wake up. I said this a few decades ago, but they didn't wake up. Hui frowned and pointed at the colorful space. Could it be that they have drowned in this rich origin energy? No. Their vital signs are fine. There is no problem with the activity of their souls and minds. They are indeed in a state of deep sleep. As for the origin structure, well, it is not good for me to rashly check on them in this state. Yun Nuashing said as she slowly walked forward to the front of Qing Huang. She touched her face with the back of her hand and could not help but whisper, since a long time ago you have liked to sleep. Once you sleep, you will sleep for many years. No one can wake you up. Regardless of whether it was the High Ancient Era or the 139th Era, it had always been like this. Phone. Oh, regardless of whether it was her breakthrough or accumulating enough energy to allow her form to change and grow, she would always need a long period of time to sleep. Little White and Little Green clearly didn't need that much time. He didn't know where this girl had gone astray. Or was it just that this girl simply liked to sleep in? A wisp of crimson, pink flame suddenly wrapped around his right hand that was touching her face. He was stunned for a moment. After a while, he could not help but frown and smile helplessly. This is exactly the same as before. Sleeping in a daze and restless, that wisp of crimson, pink flame suddenly became a little excited. It quickly spread along his arm until it reached his chest. It was still restlessly flapping and emitting a weak temperature, as if this wisp of confused consciousness was protesting silently. He grabbed this wisp of flame with his hand and wrapped it between his hands. He could not help but yawn again. This time, it was a yawn that he could not hold back at all. The flame in his palm seemed to have noticed his movement and suddenly quieted down. It was emitting a heart-warming temperature, as if it was concerned about his situation. Gently pressing the flame in his palm, Yun Nuashing turned to Hui and said, "It seems that they still won't wake up in a short period of time. Their origin baptism may have to be left for last. Let the others be baptized first." "That's not a problem. Anyway, that place is very big. It won't be a problem to let many people be baptized at once." Hui rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Do you want to go back to the divine world and get the other 3-4 celestial gods to come over?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. The change in topic is a bit sudden. "Hey, didn't I mention it once when you picked up this little phoenix many years ago?" Hui shrugged. But at that time, according to the intelligence, the other 3-4 celestial gods were not active yet. Now, I think that 5 eras have passed. They should have been active in the divine world long ago. They might also have gone outside while they were active. If the divine world went through that change according to our plan, well, those 3 should also be the origin. They should also be in the Yuansha realm. Although the conditions in the divine world at this time are not as good as the void frontline now, it should not be a problem for them to enter the Yuansha realm. Given our special situation, if they come to the void frontline with the help of the 4 celestial gods, they would be a help to the Order warriors on the front line. Hui turned to look at him. "Well, maybe I can give you 2 blessings so that you can charge more decisively." Yun Nuashing paused for a moment and shook her head. The 4 celestial gods' characteristics are much weaker when they are away from the divine world. Before they try to specialize in this aspect, they won't be of much use. The war between order and chaos is too pure and monotonous. Many things that are restricted to their own world and world rules are useless in such a battlefield, or they would need to spend a lot of effort to adjust them before they can come into contact with the void, and only then would they be able to exert their normal effect on the main stage of the void. It's not that they are useless. Just as I said, if they are moved here without any adjustments, their effect would be greatly reduced, including the blessings of the 4 celestial gods. No one can avoid this. This is a hurdle in this war, and crossing this hurdle means that we are ready to face this war. I know, but there is still time to change it. Also, because this place is too pure and monotonous. Some things are not that complicated to change, isn't it? The ability to specialize is much simpler than walking on the single plank bridge we are facing now. Hui grinned and nudged Yun Nuashing's waist. "Are you sure you don't want to think about it?" In the sense of reality, it would be useful. But in the sense of time, it's hard to say, hard to judge. Yun Nuashing shrugged. "As you said, the 4 celestial gods are now mature, and it would take a lot more effort to get in touch with them than in the early stages. If they were strolling along the street and a stranger suddenly rushed up to them and said, 'Let's go to war with me,' they would be considered good-tempered if they did not treat me as a lunatic and call for their men to beat me up." Hui was speechless. That was true. Well, it would take a lot of effort to get in touch with them again, and it would be easier for them to do it as they were 2 celestial gods. Besides, the 2 of them did not have the time to leave the front line of the void, at least for now. As for getting in touch with them slowly, well, judging from your expression, you must have figured it out yourself, so there's no need to say more. Yun Nuashing's sigh turned into a yawn, and Hui felt a little sleepy. The tiredness and sleepiness that lingered on her body were top-notch. Overall, it was still a matter of time. It was not a matter of whether they could do it or not, but whether it was worth it to spend this part of time on it. If it was a worthwhile operation, Hui was sure that Maple would have rushed to the realm of the gods. But from the looks of it, it was more or less a matter of whether it was worthwhile or not. Unless they had extra time, they would definitely not deliberately go around. The faces of Little Ching and Little White flashed across her mind. Yun Nuashing gently closed her eyes and sighed. Suddenly, she missed the big family on the other side. Putting the little flame back on Blue Phoenix, Yun Nuashing walked to the side to check on Siyu's condition. After checking around and finding no abnormalities, she nodded and waved her hand at Hui. As she walked out, she whispered, "Let's go. They still need some time. Let them continue sleeping." After returning to the observer space and settling down Blue Phoenix and Siyu's sleeping quarters, Yun Nuashing saw Hui's thoughtful expression and remembered that there was a predetermined topic that they had not talked about. "By the way, didn't you want to talk about the inheritors that are related to them? Why, did Sui Feng and the others come up with some special ideas?" "Oh, it's a special idea, but it's hard to say what the truth is." Hui nodded vigorously. Under Maple's attentive gaze, he pondered for a moment and then told Sui Feng everything that he had just discussed. Creation. Ah, that heavenly god of origins. Indeed, with the characteristics of Siyu's body, she is somewhat similar to the heavenly god of origins. However, it's only in terms of their physiques. With that girl's current situation, she might not be able to meet the heavenly god of origins. That's a good idea. However, just as you think, it's not up to us to decide whether we get the inheritors or not. It depends on what they think. Although I want to verify this topic now, it seems that they still need to sleep for a while. We might have to postpone this topic. So, there's no need to be overly concerned. This matter can't be rushed. Yun Nuashing shook her head and moved her hands slightly to make herself more energetic. Let's not talk about the two girls first. How's the origin baptism going? I heard that you were interested in discussing this topic. Could it be that there are some good results? Unfortunately, the truth is the complete opposite. We could not help but smile bitterly. Pinching his face, he sighed and mumbled, "It's because there are no surprises aside from the expected results that we are talking about this topic." Well, it's whimsical. I'm thinking too much. Not a single inheritor? Yun Nuashing frowned. She was a little puzzled when she saw Hui nodding. Everyone has undergone the origin baptism? Not a single one? Oh, not so fast. It's only a part of it. According to Sui Feng and the other speculations, there may be 12 inheritors in the void frontline. If there are any accidents, 1 or 2 or 3 inheritors will be reduced. Hui spread out his hands and told her in more detail. In the end, he imitated Yun Nuashing and sighed. That's the situation. That's to be expected. It's not easy to become an inheritor in the first place. Moreover, once one becomes an inheritor, there will be a lot of unavoidable troubles and even more troubles that will befall them. If an ordinary person who can handle all of this becomes an inheritor, they will only harm themselves. Yun Nuashing suddenly raised her eyebrows as she spoke. Ah, I suddenly remembered something. Her words were meaningful and interesting. Hui was also curious. Did you forget about your sister? Yun Nuashing. Although he did suddenly think of someone, if he suddenly said such a sentence, then should he still say the rest of the words? Rolling her eyes at Hui, who was laughing dryly, Yun Nuashing waved her hand. I did suddenly think of someone because it's also related to the origin. So I suddenly thought of... He looked up at the starry sky with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. He let out a long sigh. It's been 5 eras. I don't know how the little girl is now. Hui grumbled in his stomach. I just mentioned it casually and it turned out to be a girl. However, this statement was too specific. She was from 5 eras, had something to do with the origin, and was a little girl whom he had not seen for a long time. In his impression, there was only one person who fit these conditions. Are you talking about the little girl we met in the Cloud Continent? The one who had her structure modified by the origin relic? Yes, that's her. I think she's called. Yun Nuashing covered her forehead with her hand and shook her head. She tried hard to recall for a while before she looked up. Ji Xuan? Is that her name? Hui saw him looking at him and shook his head hard. How did I cough, stop fooling around. That's her name. Waiting for Maple to put down the nether void sword in his hand, Hui laughed and continued. I'm not too sure about the little girl's situation. You should remember that Ji Han Xiao came to the Void frontline 5 years ago. After a long time, he brought many people from the Cloud continent here. Now he's guarding the various nodes in the frontline. He's considered a strong force. Well, although he went astray from the beginning, he can still fight after correcting himself. That little brat seems to have arrived at the Void frontlines as well, but I haven't tried to find out what's going on with her. She was affected by the Origin Relic's energy, and there might have been a faint Origin rule in her body then. What? Do you think that little brat could become an heir? It's just a probability. Yun Nuashing nodded lightly. The determination mechanism of the inheritor only involves one's own essence and adaptability to the Origin energy and Origin rules. These two are not conditions that can't be changed from the beginning. So, according to the theoretical situation, actually anyone can become a true inheritor. It's just that they need to make corresponding changes according to their own situation to reach that threshold. That little girl has been branded by the Origin since she was born. That part of the brand changed her structural source. Logically speaking, when she came into contact with the Origin energy and Origin law at that time, even if it was only a weak level of energy and law, without the assistance of everyone who mastered the Origin energy to stabilize that part of the uninvited guest, logically speaking, she would... that's what I mean. Although I don't know why the outcome is like this, it's enough to know that it's a good outcome. There's no need to look further. If it's her structural source would allow her to adapt to the Origin energy and Origin law better than others. So, compared to others, her chances of becoming an inheritor are higher. As for how much, I'm not very sure. Yun Nuashing's pretty face gradually regained some spirit, showing some interest. Well, other than this part of the situation, I also want to see what that little girl from back then has become. A life that comes with the mark of the Origin. It feels quite interesting. Huey's mouth slipped, and he said without thinking, Abduct her after seeing her? Yun Nuashing's face immediately shook. Don't make me sound like a human trafficker, okay? You're not a human trafficker. Hui crossed his arms and said matter-of-factly, because you're just abducting her and keeping her by your side and not selling her. Why don't you see how many people you've picked up from all over the world? Yun Nuashing seriously considered the question this time. At most, it's the population of an entire void region. No, I'm not talking about that part. I'm not listening. That's the part, nothing else. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and opened the portal to the observer dimension. She swaggered out. Go do your thing. I'm going out for a walk while you're resting. Hui was speechless. She's trying to change the topic. And what do you mean by going out for a walk? She's just going to look for that little girl. The little girl that Maple forgot to bring back. He didn't dare to say this in front of Maple's face. If he did, he would definitely be pressed into the void and beaten up in advance. However, he did indeed forget to bring her back. At that time, Maple himself had said that he was interested, wanted to observe her, and so on. However, when he left the Cloud continent, a certain someone turned into a ball, so there was no follow-up to this matter. At this time, he rushed out to deal with the matter that happened 5 years ago. Speaking of which, Maple seemed to have just rushed out wrapped in a blanket. TSK, wouldn't that be big news in the Void frontline? Chapter 1927. The frontline of the Void was a place where chaos and order coexisted. Standing before the realm of order was the power of chaos that was born to be the enemy, while the defense line behind guarded the entire world of order. But setting aside the countless worlds of order in the distance, the front line was one of the worlds of order, and a rather important one at that. It was a zone built by countless people in the front line of the Void that could barely be considered peaceful and quiet, providing fresh blood to the front line of the Void. However, there was only a short distance between the tranquility and the chaotic reality. It was a very short distance, so short that one would always think of the words false tranquility and peace that the Lord had said. Standing in such a place, she could clearly feel the feeling of taking one step into heaven and one step into hell. This was the middle zone that separated heaven and hell, a zone of never-ending war. She did not know how many years she had been here. More than 4 epochs in the void time, and it would be the 5th epoch soon. It was so long that she seemed to have forgotten why she had come to the front line of the void in the first place. When she first came here, it was quite unbearable. The mischievous little girl did not listen to her father's advice and stubbornly traveled thousands of miles to come here from another part of the void. Even though time had passed and she was no longer the little girl she once was, she still carried the memories of the same experience and thought that nothing could scare her. But on the first day she came to the front line of the void, she was still terrified by the endless number of enemies that blotted out the sky. The abyssal death mist spawn and the chaos soldiers were not the same thing at all. In terms of the impact on sight, spirit, and soul, the former was definitely more frightening, and one look could almost make one cry. It was as if one had fallen into a quagmire, surrounded by tens of thousands of hungry beasts. That impact was definitely 10,000 times more terrifying than what she had described. Well, that level of shock was still too early for humans. But what kind of thoughts did she have when she came here in the first place? She couldn't really remember. The reason seemed to have been buried in the bottom of her heart along with the passing of her teenage years. After that, she seemed to have heard that her father and a group of uncles had come here. After hearing about this place and the name Void Frontline, she felt that she must come here. However, she had applied hundreds of times but was still rejected by her father. In a fit of anger, she stubbornly and sneakily came here. For this reason, she even deliberately went to the node next to her stupid father and the others. When they found out that she had come here, it was already 1 or 2 eras later. What a slow-witted monster! Just as she had said earlier, this was the border that separated heaven and hell. Only countless major events were constantly happening here. Her arrival was just a small matter that was expected. Because it was too small, no one even paid attention to the essence of her arrival. To everyone here, there seemed to be no need to guess or think about what kind of thoughts the people who chose to come here had. It was more like a kind of reason that didn't need to be said clearly. Even if there was a discrepancy, it wouldn't be far off. Then she stayed here in a daze. She had been staying here for a long time and even forgot the reason why she came here. She was not referring to the small reason that her stupid father kept rejecting her requests. She was referring to the first, more profound reason that was very vague from the beginning. She did not know how to describe the feeling of that reason. Struggling in the vortex of death, being treated as a show by innumerable people who were indifferent, mocking and ridiculing her, ignoring her calls one after another. It was definitely a shadow that could not be removed in the course of her life. What happened after that? Did she struggle out on her own, or did someone pull her? She did not know. It was so vague. She only remembered that there seemed to be a very beautiful light. It was gone. Her eyes seemed to be suddenly attracted by that light. It even made her forget the pain of struggling in the vortex and the indifferent and mocking gazes of countless onlookers. Before she realized it, everything was over. Until today, she was still looking for the original reason. But as time went by, even the impression of that light engraved in the bottom of her heart faded little by little. It even seemed that her original position was gradually replaced by other reasons. It was not that she had completely forgotten it. It was just that the battle in front of her had taken up most of her energy. She had been used to pouring her power in this position for more than 4 eras. This gradually became the reason for her to guard this place. It was just a habit, just like how she was used to doing things. As she got used to it, it became a part of her and continued to pass on. She did not feel that she had to defend this place for righteousness, for order, and for countless lives. Perhaps in the end, she was just used to this strange daily life. She seemed to be able to understand what everyone said to her in the beginning. Ji Xuan. A voice suddenly sounded in the mighty roar of energy. Ji Xuan hurriedly stopped her daydreaming. While maintaining the energy output to the energy tower, she turned her head and saw the young man walking towards her. She quickly asked, "Chief Commander, what's the matter?" The young commander lowered his head, sweating on his forehead. He seemed to be thinking about how to say it. "Stop what you're doing and take a deep breath. Relax a little. Don't be so nervous. Someone wants to see you. He's waiting for you on the wall of the Node City. Just go straight to the wall and you'll see him when you get there." Ji Xuan was stunned. She blinked her eyes and asked someone, "Is it my stupid old man again?" "I know it's a special person, a very special person." "Special? Ji Xuan took a small step back and put her hands in front of her as if she was blocking something. She had a strange look on her face. Could it be some weird person? Cough, 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 cough. Everyone, including the commander-in-chief, started coughing violently. Every one of them stumbled, fell on the ground, and almost fell into the void. She was scared out of her wits. Could it be that they are really strange people? Everyone was speechless. "We can't say that. We really can't say that. But from the facts, it's true that he's a weird person. But we really can't say that. Something big is going to happen. Cough, cough. He's not a suspicious person. Okay, you go ahead. Don't worry about this place for now," the commander said with a strange look on his face. As he watched Ji Xuan leave the realm of order, the commander-in-chief's expression became even weirder. The person beside him, who was busy maintaining the energy torrent, could not help but ask, "Sir Commander-in-Chief, do you really agree with the term weird person? Aren't you afraid that Master Feng will push you into the void?" The commander's face twitched a few times. He waved his hand and smiled bitterly. I'm not. But let's be honest. We've been pushed into the void quite a few times, right?" Everyone was speechless. "Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we've felt Master Feng's movement. I wonder when we'll be pushed into the void again." "But why is Master Feng looking for Ji Xuan all of a sudden?" the vice commander asked. "That's strange. Could it be that they know each other?" The commander shrugged. "Ji Xuan is from the Cloud Continent. Master Feng and Master Hui moved the Cloud Continent to the Celestial Realm together. So, they might have met each other back then." Everyone heard this and let out a long sigh. So this is an old friend meeting again after 5 eras. So that's why. Ji Xuan has been here for almost 5 eras. Master Feng only just remembered that there was someone here. Furthermore, he didn't call them over directly. Instead, he asked them to help him find someone. Understood. Master Feng is also a muddle-headed and slow freak. One of them clapped his hands excitedly and said, everyone was speechless. Based on the facts and theories, it wasn't wrong. After all, Master Feng's love marathon was still running. No, Master Hui mentioned this before. He seemed to say that Master Feng wasn't muddle-headed. It was just that he was focused on destroying the other side and didn't have the heart to deal with it. They were discussing the situation among the higher-ups. It wasn't a taboo topic. No, it wasn't. The commander swallowed his saliva and whispered, "Shu, stop talking. Be careful. There might be ears in your soul." The face of the agitated person turned pale. He quickly put his hands together and made a gesture of utmost devotion. "Oh, Your Eminence." Everyone was speechless. Did this child already start praying? Suddenly, someone she didn't know came looking for her. She thought about how the commander-in-chief and the others looked like they were crazy. She knew. It should be someone from the higher-ups. Someone from the higher-ups was looking for her for something? No wonder they had such a big reaction when she asked if the person was a strange person. But she didn't know anyone else at the front line. With a bunch of weird thoughts in her head, Ji Xuan returned to the Node City in a daze. As the realm of order had advanced a huge distance, the node city was only left with a void seal and another set of realm of order. There would only be people in the node city. There was basically no one on the city walls. There was no need to stand guard here. So when she saw a figure on the city wall, she basically knew that it was someone who was looking for her. But was this person afraid of the cold? Going out in the void with a down quilt, this person was indeed a strange person. She didn't expect such a person to exist among the higher-ups. Oh, since it was someone from the higher-ups, she couldn't be too perfunctory. Anyway, she had to brace herself and deal with it first. She took a deep breath and mentally prepared herself. She landed on the city wall and slowly approached. Then she cupped her hands. Hello. The unfamiliar voice had obviously changed from the voice that was still childish back then, but he could still distinguish a faint sense of familiarity. His contemplative thoughts were interrupted by this slightly respectful call. Yun Nuashing gently opened his tightly closed eyes, and his tightly furrowed brows also relaxed. He let out a small sigh of relief in his heart before turning around. Standing in front of her was a woman in a light, short-sleeved green dress. She was tall and slender. With a cursory glance, she could see that the dress wrapped around her body. Her long black hair fell to the side of her body as she bowed slightly. The right side of her hair was tied into a long, slanted ponytail with a colorful hairband. She could still vaguely see the appearance of the little girl in the past on her beautiful face. Well, she looked a little like Ji Hanshao. Yun Nuashing chuckled. Long time no see. Ji Shuiyan was taken aback. She slowly raised her head. This was the first time she officially saw the person in front of her. Only when she truly saw the person in front of her did she stiffen. Then she took a deep breath. Who are you? Yun Nuashing. Little angel. At this moment he really wanted to shout out in surprise. 5 eras have passed, and this girl has forgotten about me. But, 5 eras is indeed too long. It's normal to forget people. I'm not an important person, right? Don't I often forget people too? There's no need to be surprised. There's no need to be surprised. Besides, this girl had been pretending to be asleep all the way. He saw that his wings were stiff. Things like memories, even if they were so vague that they could not recall them, only needed a trigger to awaken some additional information, especially for high-level life forms. As long as they were not completely destroyed, this part of the structure of the memory would not be a problem. This girl, well, the peak of origin, one step away from the origin realm. It had been a long time since he saw the origin realm. Why did he suddenly feel a little nostalgic when he saw it? Speaking of which, it took almost 5 eras to reach the peak of origin realm? That should not be the case. Before he came, he had taken a look. Ji Hanshao and this girl came one after the other. The difference in time was not more than 3/4 of an era. Based on the conditions of the void frontline, from 0 to 3 eras, it would take at most 4 eras for a Yuanshi cultivator, unless it was an extremely unlucky person. This girl should have entered the Yuanshi realm long ago. Oh, let's not talk about this first. Anyway, let's awaken this girl's memory first. Yun Nuashing coughed and slowly said, Union continent, Gangyuan land, your family's ice region, the origin relic, or should I say the ancient origin spirits relic, the chaos energy. Do you remember? He felt that he had mentioned enough elements, especially the last 2 conditions. However, when he looked up and saw this girl's confused look, he felt that she might not have remembered. They are indeed from my family. I know. You're also from Union continent. Ji Shuiyan suddenly came to a realization, then frowned. But when have we met before? Yun Nuashing covered his face. She really did not remember. He had to be more specific. I'm not from Union continent. Oh, do you remember that Union continent went through a move? Do you still remember those big and small matters? Although I might have fainted on the day of the move. Move? What move? We didn't move. Ji Shuiyan crossed her arms and touched her chin with her palm, looking puzzled. Yun Nuashing slowly put down his crossed arms. His slightly calm expression gradually became serious. He squinted his eyes. The voice of the little angel, gently sounded in his soul. Something seems wrong. Even if it's been too long and you've forgotten about us, you shouldn't have forgotten about the Union Continent's move. Could it be something happened in the last period of time, when the chaotic energy and origin energy filled the entire Union Continent? We weren't there at that time, so we're not sure if anything happened. Yun Nuashing had a headache. If something really happened at that time, it would be terrible. It would be really terrible. Trying to trace back what happened 5 years ago, it might be even more difficult than going through the underworld. The Union Continent's old site was completely gone. How could he trace it back? Let's ask Jihan Shao. Yun Nuashing sighed in response and found Jihan Shao in the soul seed. Han Shao, let me ask you something. When you moved that year, did anything strange happen? In Node Zero's order domain, Jihan Shao stared at the countless energy fireworks in the void. This sentence suddenly rang in his soul, causing him to be slightly stunned. Then he frowned. It's been 5 eras. It's really hard to recall. Jihan Shao slowly recalled for a period of time. He then told him what happened during the last period of someone's absence. Hearing the troubled voice in his soul, he was slightly puzzled. Why did you suddenly mention that? Did something happen? It's not that I want to mention it, but you know that Shui Yan is at the node next door, right? I know, but this girl came to the void frontline without telling us. We only found out after 2 eras. Yun Nuashing. As a father, you're really neglectful. I didn't expect this girl to. Jihan Shao laughed bitterly. Then his expression suddenly changed as if he had noticed something. What happened to Shui Yan? I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet, but... Yun Nuashing sighed in distress. She waved her hand at the confused Shui Yan and asked her to wait. She then told Jihan Shao about the matter. Forgot about moving? She even forgot about you? Jihan Shao's expression changed. In the tens of millions of years in the realm of the gods, there were no clues. Maybe she just forgot about this part of the matter. Only this part of the matter. Yun Nuashing shook her head. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's sick. She clearly knows that something is wrong. She didn't intentionally mention moving. So she doesn't know that there's something missing in her memory? Jihan Shao was troubled regarding what they had experienced together and the changes brought about by that incident. Unless she suddenly recalled that period in the distant future, she wouldn't intentionally mention something that happened in the present that everyone knew. It wasn't a casual conversation. Everyone in the Cloud Continent knew about this, but the specific details, this detail might have been mentioned in 7,000 to 8,000 different situations. If you insist on saying that there's something wrong... Jihan Shao suddenly thought of something. He lowered his head and replied softly. At that time, when the war ended, Shui Yan was in a coma. She only woke up a few days after you guys left. As she wasn't in a coma for a long time, I didn't find anything wrong with her. I just thought that she was frightened by the war and didn't show any abnormalities after she woke up. So I didn't take it to heart. I still remember this. The main reason is that the child wasn't there when I sent you off. As for what happened after that, oh, that's strange. She really didn't mention anything about you after that, nor did she mention anything about moving. It was as if she didn't care at all. Yun Nuashing's face immediately scrunched up. The timing was neither too early nor too late, neither too high nor too low. He couldn't tell if there was some kind of incurable illness, but based on this girl's own condition, it would affect her, and it happened to be something that happened during that period of time. It's over. It's not a good idea. I might have to bring your girl for a checkup. Don't be so agitated. It might be a very life-threatening situation. Jihan Xiao's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Based on Lord Feng's serious tone and the way he said it was life-threatening, it was related to the life-threatening situation back then. Was it not? Was it not really a life-threatening situation? How could he not be agitated Wait, I'll go take a look too. Yun Nuashing nodded. Go to the observer space and wait for me. I'll bring her over. Jihan Xiao. Bring her to the observer space. Oh no, he had a feeling that something catastrophic was going to happen today. His friend, who was a doctor, visited him at home to check his body. In the end, he suddenly changed into a full set of armor and sent him to the ward. These were two different things. The situation after that was simply life-threatening. If it was in the void, there was only one life-threatening thing for Lord Feng. It was the only life-threatening thing that the entire void frontline knew. Coincidentally, they had met 5 eras ago. These were all life-threatening things that could be traced. Hearing Ji Hanxiao's panicked voice, Yun Nuashing shook her head and heaved a sigh of relief. This isn't a rare reunion after 5 eras. This might be a troublesome matter that has lasted for 5 eras. Judging from the situation of this girl being branded with the origin imprint, the only thing that could affect her, and a matter that happened to affect her during that period of time, is the power of the chaos concept body. That chaos wraith that had amassed chaos energy in the cloud continent and was having fun could not really leave him with a mess that lasted for 5 eras, right? Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. She turned and waved to Ji Xian, who had been waiting for a minute or two. Come, follow me to a place. Ji Xian subconsciously took a step back. Where are you taking me? This is the Void Frontline. If you mess around here, my Lord Observer and Lord Guardian will. Yun Nuashing held her forehead helplessly. I'm your Lord Observer. Ji Xian was speechless. Looking at the little girl's stunned expression, Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. You've been fighting in the Void Frontline for almost 5 eras. Haven't you heard anything about your Lord Observer from them? Ji Xian looked at the person in front of her from head to toe and muttered, They said you're a strange person, but I didn't expect you to be strange enough to do this kind of performance art. Yun Nuashing was speechless. This is not performance art. This is... He sighed and patted the head of the little angel behind him. Ji Xian was startled by the sudden spread of her wings. Then she popped her head out from behind him and looked at Ji Xian with her golden eyes. Silly little girl, long time no see. Although you don't remember us, that is. Ji Xian was stunned again when she heard this. She hesitated and looked at the two people in front of her strangely and asked carefully, Have we really met before? Yun Nuashing sighed softly and waved his hand. He turned around and opened the portal to the observer's dimension. He looked at her sideways and said, Come here. You'll know when you come. Ji Xian hesitated for a few seconds. She thought for a while and recalled the other people's impression of the observer. She felt that he would not deliberately come to the front line to look for someone. Could it be that they really knew each other? But why did she have no impression of him at all? Sensing the observer's urging gaze, Ji Xian hurriedly gave up on thinking and quickly stepped into the portal. In the sanctum of creation, Yun Nuashing quickly led the way. Behind him was Jihan Xiao, who looked anxious, and Ji Xian, who looked a little annoyed when she saw her stupid father being overly anxious. She calmly patted her stupid father's shoulder and said, Don't worry, it's definitely not a big deal. Maybe I just hit my head and forgot something when I was young. Yun Nuashing and the little angel trembled when they heard this. If hitting one's head could make one forget such a big thing, then he also wanted to find a brick to hit his head and forget everything here. Well, just kidding. This matter might involve some old things. He did not know if the core of the sanctum of creation could handle that kind of trouble. He thought for a while and decided to bring them to the origin territory built by Sui Feng and the others. The concentration of origin energy there was higher. If something happened, they could deal with it urgently. Hui and Sui Feng, who had just completed the handover of a new batch of people, were discussing when they could find an inheritor. Suddenly, they were startled by the sound of the door opening. They turned around and saw Feng walking in with a solemn expression. Their hearts skipped a beat. When they saw that there were 2 people behind him, the thumping sound echoed in their heads again. Thousands of thoughts instantly churned in their minds. "Lend me a place to use," Yunnuashing said to the two of them and took 2 steps to the side. Then he paused and turned back to Hui and said, "Prepare for defense." Hui and Sui Feng. Was something big going to happen? What's going on? Hui was stunned for 2 seconds before he remembered and hurriedly caught up. He glanced at Feng, then turned to look at Jihan Xiao and... he didn't know who she was, but he felt that she looked familiar. This girl looked a little like Jihan Xiao. Then he understood and went over to greet her. "Hey, little girl, long time no see." Ji Shuiyan was stunned again. She tilted her head and looked confused. After thinking for a while, she suddenly reacted. She smiled and raised her hand to greet him. "Ah, big brother Hui, long time no see. You're here too. Yun Nuashing and little Angel. What's going on?" The two of them did not appear at the end. She could not have forgotten about them, right? But this little girl did not appear herself either, right? Jihan Xiao was also confused. He did not understand what was going on. When he turned his head and saw Feng Jun's confused look, he was even more confused. This selective amnesia? Yun Nuashing. He had better tell Hui what he had said. Now he was also confused. Hui thought for a while after hearing the whole story. He said to the little girl with a strange expression, "Do you still remember Jing Yuanji? She was a big sister with light blue hair." "Big sister Jing, I remember. Also, wasn't there another big sister at that time? She was, the one who didn't like to smile and her face was frozen. She didn't like to talk either." She still remembered Min. She remembered 3 of the 4 people at that time, but she forgot about Feng. Yun Nuashing, who was preparing all kinds of arrays and all kinds of origin energy, became more suspicious when he heard the conversation. He had a guess in his heart. Anyway, he had to observe the situation first. As for guesses, they could only guess that it had something to do with those 2 trivial matters. Chapter 1928. The entanglement between origin and chaos was an endless war that had existed since the beginning of time. Neither side would let go before they were defeated. When origin energy and chaos energy clashed, there was only one path that could lead to either life or death. That was the purest and most violent thing in the void. It was also because of their purest characteristics that they could always cause a lot of trouble in the void, and most of them could stay for a very long time. It was not a big problem for them to last for hundreds of eras. Their things were stronger than the void itself. No matter how the void was blasted and pierced hundreds of times, the traces they left behind would not be moved. Unless they were personally killed by both sides, they could stay in the void for a very long time. When the latecomers came to excavate, it would cause a lot of shock, except for those who did not know what was what. This was because there were a lot of additional conditions. For example, the things they left behind had to be related to them, and only the people of the origin system could touch on the origin. As for the chaos, he did not know. There should not be anyone who accepted the gift of the chaos. They probably would not do such a thing unless they came looking for him themselves. Yes, he was talking about those 2 bastards. However, they seemed to have their eyes on him now. He could imagine that one day in the future, 441 conceptual entities of the chaos would surround him in a circle and crazily chant, "Interesting, interesting, join the chaos, feel the chaos, place without order, the beginning of the Grand Yuan realm, you are a very good thing," until he went crazy. He had already imagined the scene of 441 voices buzzing in his ears with the effect of echoes. He almost pulled out the nether void sword as he thought about it. Therefore, generally speaking, these 2 kinds of trivial matters were used to shock him for 100 eras. That's right, shock, all of it was shock. Just like this trivial matter that had lasted for 5 eras, it was also shock. In the domain of origin, a temporary small pillar of creation was dyed a colorful pillar by the rich origin energy. 10 feet above the ground, close to the small pillar of creation, a light sphere about 10 feet in size floated. The chains formed by the origin energy and the origin law tightly bound the light sphere and the small pillar of creation. A curled-up figure in a green dress could be seen in the light sphere, wrapped in a colorful luster. It was Ji Xuyen. Looking at the small pillar of creation and Ji Xuyen at a close distance, it was actually nothing. But looking at this scene from 100 meters away, well, the girl looked like she was strung up. The dense chains of order seemed to be stringing her up for some strange ceremony. Why is she strung up? Hui crossed his arms and stroked his chin. He looked at the light sphere strangely and took a light breath. Why do I feel that you have a strange obsession with the word strung up after you were strung up by the gods of origin last time? I don't think as much as you do. This is a necessary measure. In my opinion, it's just being tied to the small pillar of creation. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. Hui always thought of strange things in his head. She was completely used to it. It's just some safety measures. Safety measures. Safety measures? At the mention of this word, hundreds of scenarios appeared in Hui, Jihan Xiao, and Suifeng's minds. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads at a speed visible to the naked eye, condensing into a waterfall that flowed down their cheeks. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes again. She pondered for a moment and frowned slightly. Maybe you've guessed one of the answers correctly. Huey's expression suddenly became serious. He pressed on his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Feng, you have to think twice. There's no need to drag this girl into the big explosion. She just forgot about you. She doesn't deserve to die, Yun Nuashing." "No, you're obviously wrong." Forget it, forget it. I'm too lazy to care about you guys. Let me see the situation first." He rolled his eyes in annoyance, exhaled, and began to mobilize the pancake formation of the sanctuary of creation and a bunch of his own formations. He carefully approached Ji Xuyen, who was strung up on the small pillar of creation. The origin energy and origin rules were also activated, according to the old habit of dealing with origin and chaos. He was prepared to take a stroll around the area to check out the situation. Suifeng planned to go back to the door, in case I Ching sent someone over and no one was there. Jihan Xiao was extremely nervous. He was so nervous that his hands and feet were trembling and sweating. He felt that if he saw something else, he might pass out. It was normal for a patient's family to be afraid, but it was still too early for them to be afraid. They were still in the examination stage. Later, Feng would open his little mouth and grind it. If it was a human, then there was nothing wrong. If it wasn't a human, then there were two types of situations. One was a new condition, but it wasn't a big problem. It was just for people like them who didn't know much about the origin of the disease. The other type was like, I'm going to give your illness a new name. That was a big problem, the kind that was especially big. However, a big problem did not necessarily mean that something bad was going to happen to the patient. It was very likely that something was going to happen to the doctor. Judging from the doctor's actions, the patient might be fine after lying down and sleeping. However, the doctor might have just finished dealing with the earth-shattering matter. After he was done, the patient woke up and the doctor lay down. Well, he was already used to it. Now he just waited for Feng to say something. He crossed his arms and was calm. After all, it was not the time to be nervous. The examination would probably take a long time. He just walked around nearby Yun Nuashing. It's over, it's over. Even Maple's words shocked the void. This was probably a big problem. This could be considered the third situation, a situation where people were cursing and swearing. This was the highest level of problem, and the crisis level was directly raised to the max. Hui and Sui Feng, who had just walked 2 steps, hurried back. Hui saw Feng's ferocious and twisted expression as if he had stepped on dog poop. He swallowed his saliva and calmed himself down. He patted Jihan Xiao, who was about to faint, on the shoulder and said calmly, "You're done with the examination so quickly? Look at how you're swearing. What happened this time?" Yun Nuashing coughed dryly to recover his twisted expression. He glanced at Ji Xuyen, who was hanging in front of the small pillar of creation, and felt a headache coming on. I don't know what to say, Hui rolled his eyes. Well, this was the third type of situation. I don't know how many types of situations there are. Yun Nuashing sighed. He thought for a while and decided to keep it simple. Shuiyan's body structure has been affected by the origin energy and the origin rule since she was born. The origin of her structure is branded with the origin. I've told you about this before. However, when I walked around her structure just now, I found out that when her structure was still in a chaotic state, the origin energy and origin rule that affected her, it's a strong level of energy and rule. Suifeng tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with a mouthful of energy. Although he really wanted to say something shocking, it was the truth. Little brother Feng's judgment couldn't be wrong. Oh my God! Sui Feng's face was twisted and flushed. He could not help but say, "This little girl is really strong to be able to live until now." Ah, I didn't mean to say anything strange, but I can only sigh like that. His last sentence was directed at Ji Hanshao, but it was obvious that he wanted to faint even more after hearing it. A strong level of origin energy and rule. Isn't this too heavy for a newborn? Hui wiped off his cold sweat. Look at what he said just now. Feng's shocking words meant that something big was about to happen. What's the last part? Ah, the latter part is the main point. This energy and rule replaced 80% of her structural source, and then solidified her structural source that was still in a chaotic state at that time. Yun Nuashing's pretty face became even stranger as she spoke. Then the condition was established. Hui smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Slow down. Sui Feng then picked up where Maple had left off. What you mean is that the powerful origin energy and origin law had unintentionally replaced the girl's own origin structure, allowing her to be born smoothly. It's inconceivable. That level of energy and law should have instantly torn apart and destroyed the newborn origin structure when invaded. But the reverse occupation solidified the origin structure and replaced it. It's as if a certain venerated god had witnessed everything from the sidelines and personally stabilized it. In other words, the venerated god had immediately discovered and rescued the girl before she was born. Brother Feng, how did this little girl encounter the origin energy and rule before she was born? I don't know the details, but it doesn't matter how. What matters is that the origin energy and rule came from an origin relic. Well, it might be an origin relic in a muddled state since it's sealed. Yun Nuashing said, waving her hand. An origin relic in a sealed state. Sui Feng scratched his head in distress. It's hard to tell what kind of energy the origin relic released. But since it's already like this, we should be able to judge it as a result. Maybe it's a minority, but that's the truth for now. He stroked his chin and muttered, but doesn't that mean... He looked up at Ji Shuiyan. Can't we treat this little girl as a creation of the gods? Yun Nuashing sighed in distress and shrugged helplessly. That's the situation. A creature-type life form. Well, it can barely be considered as such. After all, it doesn't seem like a life form formed by 3 generations of creation cores. There's a slight difference. But this little girl can indeed be considered as a creation of the origin, a creature-type life form. Regardless of whether she has a creation core or not, she's still in this category. Yun Nuashing knocked on her head. Phew, you can already analyze the situation after that. What a headache! Sui Feng shook his head vigorously. No. I haven't experienced the cloud continent. Explain it clearly. Hui also shook his head vigorously. No. I'm not related to the people of the origin. Explain it clearly. Ji Hanshao nodded vigorously at the two of them. Yun Nuashing said, The meaning is very clear. A creation of the origin and the chaotic energy encountered in the battle at the end of the cloud continent. Can there be any other result when these 2 conditions are combined? No. Realization dawned on the trio. When these 2 things clashed, there would be no other result other than the destruction of the void. The battlefield could be the void, the environment of nothingness, or the environment of origin. It would not be a problem even if the infinite space was shrunk to the size of a single tool. As long as there was a collision between the origin energy and the chaos energy, they would not stop until they killed each other. That means Hui sorted out his thoughts and thought about the stupid things he had encountered in the past few years. He looked up at Ji Shuyan. That girl's body is now in a state where the origin energy and the annihilation energy are fighting? Yin Nuashing shook her head lightly and looked solemn. Not in her body, not in her soul. They're fighting each other in the origin of the structure. Sui Feng turned his head and spurted out a mouthful of water again. Yes, it did make sense. Such a small child had been replaced, or rather, strengthened, by the powerful origin energy and the rules of origin. It was already a great fortune that she was still alive, whether or not it was a minor miracle. However, before her body and soul were able to bear the extraterrestrial disaster, there was no way that she could master the origin energy and the rules of origin. It was absolutely impossible, not to mention that the energy and the rules of origin were so powerful. That is to say, even if her origin existed, this power could not make her body manifest. At this time, there was no origin energy in her body. It was just a treasure that was sealed for a long time before it could be activated. Before this treasure was activated, even before it was activated, there would be situations that made her different from ordinary people. After all, it was the origin law. When the little girl was still young, her body could not withstand the corrosion of the chaotic energy and the chaos law from the outside world. Therefore, the chaotic energy at that time should have sneaked into her origin through the traces of the origin energy and the origin law. When the enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred, and the two groups of people fought fiercely. Fortunately, the little girl's origin energy and the origin law was strong, so she could passively fight back and forth with the invaders. Therefore, she was involved in the worst battle in the void. This time, she was the battlefield of the battle. It was a battle that would not stop until one side fell. On one side, it was a check and balance, while on the other, it allowed her to grow peacefully. It was indeed a strong origin energy, and the origin law. She could not freely mobilize the origin energy and the origin law that had not yet manifested. This was the main reason why this battle could last for so many years. Her origin was just a passive counterattack. Perhaps the little girl herself did not know that there was a battle in her body that had lasted for 5 eras. Jihan Xiao listened to them one by one and was still confused. He only knew the general situation and was not clear about the small details. He scratched his head and his face was full of worry. Then, in short, can this be solved? Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at him. It's a little troublesome, but it's not too big of a problem. At most, it'll take some time. It's just that there will be repercussions. Jihan Xiao had just heaved a sigh of relief, but he immediately took it back up again. His eyes widened like copper bells. What repercussions? Don't be agitated. It's not the traditional repercussions that you think it is. Yun Nuashing waved her hand to calm him down. Now, Shui Yan is affected by the battle between the two types of energy and the origin law. The only obvious effect is that her realm is suppressed. After she enters the Yuansha realm, this part of the origin energy and the origin law will slowly take effect. However, they need a clean field. Before the field is cleaned, she can't even break through the realm. As for the other aspects, it's not too big, so there's no need to mention it. However, the repercussions I mentioned have nothing to do with this part of the situation. It's related to this part. Yun Nuashing raised her finger and pointed at her temple. Her understanding of the origin has been affected. This is also the repercussions left behind from the battle between chaos and the origin. Hui and Sui Feng sighed upon hearing that. The chaos tide that hit her face and the AI Hongyun's land. Her understanding of the origin had been completely washed away. Only a part of the relics and sculptures were left. However, no one knew what those were. The chaos energy had been hiding in the origin law for so long. It was expected that it would be damaged. That means. Hui suddenly raised his head and looked at Feng. This little girl doesn't remember the two of you because Yun Nuashing rubbed her bangs. Most of her understanding of the origin had been destroyed. It also destroyed her understanding of me. After all, from then on, when I came into contact with so many origin relics in the Cloud Continent, it was also when I accelerated towards the origin. From then on, I was already considered there. It's that. This little girl has been following me. She and Qing Huang, see, you were the first to be affected. They were tainted with the strong aura of the origin, so they were also counted and forgotten. Hui, you were a little further away from me, so you weren't affected so quickly. At that time, I might not be able to affect things outside of my body. Moreover, you weren't around when I changed the most. Yun Nuashing patted the head of the little angel and looked at the three of them. That's the situation. Hui scratched his head and had a strange look on his face. But doesn't she know about the ancient origin spirits relics and the chaos energy? Because these are all recent events. The chaos energy will not target the chaos itself. The ancient origin spirits relics are considered a part of the history of the Cloud Continent. It was also used in the battle that just ended. So, it's not surprising that she knows about it. Her understanding of the ancient origin spirits relics is not permanent. She can still make up for it if she loses it. There's nothing strange about that. Yun Nuashing shrugged, but that shouldn't be the case. Sui Feng raised his hand and said, if she could find out what happened to the Cloud Continent through various means, even if she didn't know that the Cloud Continent had moved once, she clearly knew about the war. Why didn't she find you, Brother Feng? She just finished a battle. She shouldn't have no information about you, right? That thing about the participants of the war. Yun Nuashing raised her head and pondered for a moment. Look, we're all outsiders. Not many people know about us. Plus, the whole war was chaotic. It's a problem whether the others saw it clearly or not. Plus, there's another characteristic. Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times as she spoke. Characteristic? The three of them were stunned. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Basically, no one knows about me. Everyone should know more about Hui. Ji Han Xiao was startled. Actually, it's the top management. After all, Lord Feng, you didn't appear during the last period, but Hui Jun and the others were active. The things that the commoners knew the most were the things that happened during the last escape period. As for what happened during the war, they relied on guesses and rumors. The more they spread, the more ridiculous it became. So, basically no one among the commoners knew about your existence. However, there were many who knew about Hui Jun. After understanding more, many people treated Hui Jun as a savior. To us, that's the truth, so there's no need to correct it. Plus, after moving, we were busy with many things and didn't have time to care about this. When things settled down, many years had passed. At that time, we realized that the whole world had news about Hui Jun, but there was nothing about you, Lord Feng. Jihan Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although we tried to add your story into the news, it didn't seem to have any effect. Yun Nuashing shrugged and put on an expression that said, "See what I said?" It made them smile bitterly, a certain observer's characteristic. He charged with violence, raised his sword to retreat, and instantly fell to the ground. He did it all in one go, and when he was done, he turned into a ball. No one could recognize him. Even if there were hundreds of official announcements, they still couldn't save him. Of course, everyone agreed that the commotion caused by his fight was too big, and no one saw it clearly. The commotion caused by him fighting alone was like an army of millions charging with their lives on the line. No one thought that it was something that could be caused by a single person, so no one thought about it at all. In addition, no one had seen him before, so they simply treated him as if he didn't exist. Well, that was more or less the case. The situation here is about the same. Yun Nuashing turned around. He didn't stop what he was doing when they were chatting. He turned around and touched the ball biscuit array that was closest to Ji Shuyan. The origin energy surged and the golden ball biscuit array trembled slightly. Its surface was suddenly dyed with a dark gray color. Hui subconsciously took out the guardian shield and entered a defensive state when he saw the dark gray color. Sui Feng also began to mobilize the origin energy in this space. Ji Han Xiao also prepared to defend when he saw that the two of them were facing a formidable enemy. He whispered, "Did you pull out the chaotic energy?" "Yes, be careful. It's the chaotic energy from the chaotic concept body. It might explode." Hui nodded vigorously and strengthened his defense as he nodded. The ball biscuit array trembled a few times. A thick, dark gray cloud surged out from it. Under the pressure of the origin energy, it was rolled into a fist-sized ball. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and let the biscuit array float to the side. He grabbed it with his hand. The origin imprint on his right arm further released origin energy and origin rules to suppress the annihilation energy in his hand. "It's done. Shui Yin is fine now. She won't have any problems with breaking through. It might be delayed for a while, but it's not a big problem." Yun Nuashing's body surged with origin energy. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the item in his hand. The chaotic energy's damage to the cognition of things related to origin is greater than I expected. I didn't expect such a small amount of chaotic energy to be able to completely destroy the cognition. It might be because the girl was still young and was in the center of the storm. Moreover, the destruction towards the object of origin lasted for 5 eras without loosening. Fortunately, the origin energy and origin rules that this girl used to construct her origin are strong. She also has a part of the imprint on her body. Otherwise, she might not have been able to hold on. Ji Han Xiao finally let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at Lord Feng and cupped his hands solemnly. "Thank you, Lord Feng. If it wasn't for you, I might never have known about this. TSK, I only found out because I wanted to look for this girl." Yun Nuashing waved his hand. Ji Han Xiao smiled helplessly. He knew that Lord Feng was such a person, but it didn't mean that he would ignore this matter. However, if he really wanted to do something, it seemed like he could only... It seemed like there was nothing he could do. He came to the void front line willingly, so it couldn't be counted in this matter. Forget it, he would think about it in the future. Anyway, if there was a need, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. "Oh right, you said that the cognition of origin has been lost." Ji Han Xiao recalled what he just said and pinched his chin. "Doesn't that mean that she's completely forgotten about you? She really can't remember?" Yun Nuashing shook his head and waved the chaotic energy ball in his hand. The chaotic energy's damage to cognition is absolute. However, just like what I said just now, not remembering doesn't mean that I'll be shut out forever. I can come in contact with it again, but it'll take some time. I don't really mind, right? Probably? Hui grinned. "You don't know a lot of people in this world, right?" Yun Nuashing nodded. "That's true." "Then, don't you feel anything when one of the people you know suddenly doesn't know you?" Yun Nuashing crossed his arms. "I'm used to it. Look at Feng. Cough, look at Qing Huang. I've known her for a long time, but when I came in contact with her again, she didn't know who I was at first. But we still got to know each other. All right, this isn't up for discussion. It's useless even if I have some reaction. This can't be fixed, so we can only start over." Yun Nuashing shrugged and forcefully ended the topic. "Now let me deal with this thing." The gray light in the center of the chaotic energy ball suddenly exploded. Yun Nuashing's breathing stagnated and his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip. In that instant, he violently flung the little angel hanging on his body away. The sudden explosion of origin energy shook the 4 people who were still lamenting. "Back off." The moment he shouted, the 4 people were flung thousands of feet away. They hurriedly stabilized their bodies and looked at their original spot. Before they could see anything, a violent energy shock wave suddenly hit them in the face, forcing them to retreat a large distance. The storm that hit them in the face made their expressions change. They quickly stabilized their bodies and looked forward. All 4 pairs of eyes froze. A huge ball of dark gray energy exploded on the spot and expanded to a diameter of hundreds of feet. The dark gray energy flowing on its surface crazily rotated, and the violent chaotic aura seemed to be able to drill a hole in space. The dark gray energy, the rich annihilation energy, was very rich and even carried the order and rules of chaos. Just looking at this blob of energy from afar made them shudder in fear. It was not inferior to the feeling when they faced the concept body of chaos. At this moment, the energy wind that blew past them was tainted with the aura of chaos. It was so dark, so manic. Even their souls were slightly dimmed under the influence of this light wind. It was still releasing energy in a frenzy, but it seemed to be plundering energy instead. It seemed to want to use the endless energy of the void to strengthen itself and condense into a chaotic storm. However, this environment was dominated by the origin energy. The origin energy and the laws of the world had sealed off the void, preventing it from plundering any energy. After spinning in vain for a full minute, it suddenly expanded as if it was struggling in its death throes before it could no longer maintain its momentum and began to slowly shrink. What's going on? What's going on? Brother Lay and the others who had sensed the abnormal energy burst in the depths of the origin domain all rushed over. More than 100 figures landed and were all stunned when they saw the cluster of chaotic energy that was slowly shrinking. The former hurriedly said, "Where did the chaotic energy come from? Weren't you guys having a good discussion here just now?" "It's a long story." Sui Feng smiled bitterly. Then he suddenly thought of something bad and shouted, "Get ready for battle! Sister, Shao Shi, transfer half of the origin energy here." "No, transfer all of it here." Sui Qing was stunned. "Why? Don't you see that we're missing someone?" Sui Feng hurriedly shouted, "Little brother Feng is inside." "This is the energy left behind by the concept body of chaos. There's also the order and rules of chaos in it. I'm afraid this explosion will—" The words, "I'm willing to join the chaos void," suddenly rang in everyone's mind. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Hui hurriedly prepared to defend himself. "F *Seek, you immortal. Is this a trap left behind by the chaos demonic shadow?" Sui Feng and Ji Hanxiao's expression changed. It seemed like they could not deny it completely. The chaotic energy ball shrunk little by little. Everyone's heart was hanging in suspense. As the energy ball shrunk to the center, they began to sweat. The group of people held the energy ball in their hands and stared with their eyes wide open. The energy ball had completely dissipated, and a gray star appeared at the center. It was a figure dyed in a gray color, with boiling gray energy flowing around his body. The gray color had replaced the color of his long hair. He stood in place with his head slightly lowered, his right hand pressed against his right forehead. His brows were tightly furrowed, and there was a slight pain on his face. This was completely boiling chaotic energy. Hui was certain that this was completely different from when Feng first obtained the initial light. This was a completely chaotic state. Everyone had their own way of judging. They sensed that the origin energy in his body and soul was so weak that it was almost inactive. Looking at his posture, their hearts sank. "It's over. Something big has happened." Hui suppressed his panic and hurriedly issued the highest order to Jing Yuanji, Lady Green, and I Ching. "Observer, the situation is critical. Come to the sanctuary of creation immediately. Bring all the forces that can be mobilized at the front line. Only reserve the lowest level of strength to guard the realm of order. I repeat, observer, the situation is critical. Mobilize all the forces at the front line to help suppress it." Chapter 1929. There was no telling if everyone still remembered one of the conditions for victory in the war a long time ago, or even now. Yes, he was talking about Maple's ascension into the primeval tier. As the sharpest spear of the Order Void and the pinnacle of the Origin, it was absolutely unreasonable for him to be able to defeat a group of mid-tier primeval. Even in the previous era, it was absolutely reasonable for Maple to do so. As for why, it was obvious from the way he made himself look neither human nor ghost. Apart from that, he also possessed 196 types of origin energy and 2 types of annihilation energy. Now it was 3 types. Perhaps, as he put it, his very existence was the biggest joke in the void. Although there should not be any hope in the war between order and chaos, Maple's existence was the hope of order and the void, the hope that countless people sought. It was just that this hope would become unstable under extreme circumstances. He had become an unstable factor when he encountered the chaos concept body, because the latter had inexplicably clicked after seeing Maple, and from then on, it had been nagging to summon Maple to the chaotic void all the time. If not for the chaos concept body being pinned in the void and unable to move, Joshua believed that they would have swarmed out in full force to drag Maple to the chaotic void. That's right, the strongest spear of the Order Void. But they didn't forget that this lord had a bellyful of resentment towards the Order Void. It wasn't just a matter of saying that he wanted to turn the tables on the Order Void. There were many reasons why he didn't do so, his own reasons, a lot of reasons. But if he was really invited to join the Chaos Void, then everything would be over. He would no longer be bound by them, and it would only take him a little effort to turn the tables on the Order Void. For the Chaos, this was also one of the fastest ways to end the battle. As long as the spear completely turned its spearhead, it was all over. He put it bluntly. Back then, 20 high-tier primeval chariots of the underworld overturned the front lines of the void. Now, Maple could also consign the front lines of the void to eternal damnation, should he rejoice that Maple had risked his life to torment the staff of creation before coming here, causing him to show signs of fatigue. This gave them a little more chance of victory. Don't fool around, buddy. At such a critical moment, you better wake up. Don't tell me you're going to submit here. Are you going to compromise too? Stop joking around. This space has been completely sealed. From now on, only people can enter but not exit. This will also prevent Little Brother Fang's primal chaos energy from leaking out. Next, it's the cages matter. Brother Lay braced himself and spoke like a cornered beast. Just in case, in an emergency, we can also strip the entire space from the sanctum of creation in one breath and sink into nothingness. But to be honest, it's still unknown how effective this method will be for Brother Fong. Although it was a sinking cage, it was possible that the trapped beast in the trapped beast battle wasn't Little Brother Fong, but themselves. The space beacon used to guide Jing Yuanji, Lady Qing, and the others suddenly tore open a huge space crack. Countless figures rushed out from it before the crack stabilized. Being in a state of battle all year round, they subconsciously took out the energy tower and stood in front of them as if they were throwing out a white wall. The vast energy suddenly surged in this domain of origin space, similar to the scene of a whole star region collapsing. Each of them arranged according to their respective arrangements, displaying and strengthening the order domain, or immediately began to accumulate energy, waiting for the order to go all out. Lord Hui, the front lines of the void have completely entered a state of martial law. Just in case, the corresponding camouflage has been left behind. The defense is also ready. All available combat forces will be assembled within a minute. The remaining Order warriors wandering outside will need some time to return to the front lines of the void. Jing Yuanji quickly landed next to Lord Hui and reported. Seeing that all of them were on guard, she turned her head and looked around. What happened? Before she finished speaking, she had already caught a glimpse of Lord Feng standing under the pillar of creation. Then she felt the incomparably violent and boiling chaotic energy on him. Her heart stopped in an instant. Mei Mao widened her eyes and couldn't believe what she saw. Lord Feng, my mother's seventh uncle. Qing Jun came out of the crack and saw this scene. He was so scared that his breathing stopped for a few seconds. His whole body stiffened as he spoke to Lord Hui. Lord Hui, we're not going to charge at Lord Feng, are we? Charge at him? Hui, Sui Feng, and the others all smiled bitterly when they heard this. Is that called charging at him? That's more like charging at us. It's hard to say if they can withstand the power of the observer, chaotic form / The Order warriors gathered here and saw this scene. Their eyes were dull and their breathing was difficult. However, as if they had agreed, no one asked anything. No one cared about why this happened. They just continued to prepare for attack or defense in silence. Because from the very beginning, they, including Lord Hui, had expected this to happen. Lord Feng himself had mentioned it, but they didn't expect it to happen today. They all knew that the chaotic concept entity had some kind of obsession with Lord Feng, so they all knew that this could happen. But they didn't prepare a plan to deal with Lord Feng at all. How could they arrange such a plan? They couldn't really guard against Lord Feng like guarding against a thief, just because this kind of situation might happen, because it wasn't necessary. They couldn't really prepare a plan to guard against Lord Feng, because it wasn't necessary either. For something like a plan, it would be destroyed in less than 2 steps. If they still followed the rules step by step when dealing with Lord Feng, they were simply tired of living and looking for death. What they had to do was to be mentally prepared when this day really came, and then brace themselves to face it head-on. Everything they had to do during this period could only be done through improvisation. What exactly happened? I Ching grinned and broke out in cold sweat. Wasn't everything fine just now? He was still leisurely gathering everyone over there when the alarm suddenly sounded, saying that something big had happened. Fortunately, they had gathered most of the power of the node in advance to send people to the domain of origin. Now, they had gathered everyone and saved a lot of time. We can't be sure yet, but it's very likely that it's a trap of the chaotic concept entity, a trap that has been hidden for 5 eras. It's even possible that the chaotic concept entity didn't put any hope in this trap and just left it to play. But it just so happened that we had some things on our side that pulled the trap into the scope of the plan. We didn't even know and didn't expect to encounter it at all. Hui took out the guardian sword with his right hand, his face solemn and covered in cold sweat. That might be the case. A trap that had been hidden for 5 eras? Everyone's face turned pale when they heard this. This chaotic concept entity with circles and crosses. This was really the worst of the worst. And it was Lord Feng who had drawn the lot. This was a void-level great evil. As Jing Yuanji said, the time to gather was only a short 1 minute. As the crack closed, the entire domain of origin seemed to have been filled by the sea of people and the energy towers that formed the Great Wall. Energy towers kept smashing on the ground, and together they extended the attack power of the Great Wall. Everyone either held up the domain of order or began to gather energy in the form of a storm. They were just short of moving the Temple of Origin in, but there was no other way. Using spatial cracks of this level to move such a big thing was not enough. But at the moment, there was no time to open up a stronger spatial crack. This was not a gathering of tens of thousands of troops to charge into the underworld, and it was not something that was so hot-blooded. Everyone who came here had a heavy heart, condensing into a storm that released an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Everyone was silent, holding their breaths, not mentioning anything, not saying anything. They just followed the familiar method of guarding the domain of order to deal with things that they should deal with. Hui saw that everyone was a little restless and heavy, so he took a deep breath and smashed his sword on the big shield twice, making a clanging sound. It attracted everyone's attention like a canteen announcing the start of the meal. Then he took a deep breath in his dantian and shouted, "Everyone's dantian! Listen, our goal is to beat that big idiot until he wakes up. Don't be merciful. Brace yourself and listen carefully. Don't be merciful. Don't go easy on him just because he's an acquaintance. It doesn't exist. Beat him to death for me. Use the most powerful force in your life to smash him flat in this space for me. You can't kill him, but if you go easy on him, the ones who will be killed will be us. Who dares to go easy on him? After I wake this idiot up, I'll let him beat you all again." Everyone grimaced, their faces turning green and white, as expected of Lord Hui. Very calm, very spirited. "Then, I hope that you have really dealt with the thing that Feng gave you." Hui grinned, and cold sweat flowed down his face. "Just treat it as an actual combat test and bravely charge forward." Everyone, "No, this kind of actual combat test could kill people." Although they had been beaten by Lord Feng all year round, the situation in front of them now was a real fight. The difference between the two was as big as the great Yuan realm. Although it was like a joke to ease the tense atmosphere that was about to explode, the vigilance in everyone's heart did not decrease at all. When they noticed that the chaotic energy on Lord Feng's body was getting denser and denser, almost condensing into a storm, they all gritted their teeth and accelerated the accumulation of energy. Hui winked at everyone, then looked at the little angel and said in a low voice, "Later, I'll charge out to attract the firepower. You follow me and bring back the girl who is still strung on the little pillar of creation." The little angel was stunned. Charge out. It's okay. Unless Feng focuses all his firepower on me for 5 minutes, I won't be able to break through his defense," Hui said confidently. Wind was expressionless. "Have you forgotten that Brother Feng has been forcibly increasing his strength recently? Although it's only been a few hours, there should be some changes. Also, why don't you take a look at his current state first? This is Brother Feng's chaotic form, and it's the chaotic form imposed by the chaotic concept body." Hui turned his head stiffly and looked at Feng, who had been standing still and holding the right side of his forehead without moving, feeling the expanding chaotic energy and the strong sense of threat from Feng. Hui remained silent for 2 minutes and said excitedly, "In the initial defense state, you'll have to focus all your firepower on me for at least 1 minute to break through my defense." Everyone, "That's great." For minutes was reduced in an instant. Their temporarily built and still being perfected order domain would be destroyed with one blow. "Anyway, that's it. Let's pull him back first, and then beat him up without any scruples." Hui suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. With a brave and fearless expression, he rushed out of the order domain. Like a ferocious beast, he charged towards Maple, who was still stunned at the same spot. He concentrated his energy in his dantian and let out a deafening shout. "Maple, you big idiot! Come and hit me if you dare." Everyone. The first thing he did was to taunt. Was it true that a shield's instinct was to taunt? Yun Nuashing, who had been in a daze for a while, slowly raised his head and saw a golden stream of light rushing toward him. Trembling, he slowly reached out his right hand. That stiff movement was as if his body and will were not in harmony. His will was resisting his own movement. Hui took the opportunity to see Feng's situation. His drooping bangs slightly covered his eyes. It was a pair of eyes that were completely occupied by a gray color. It was different from when he was at his craziest in the past. There was not so much violence and madness in his eyes, but an extremely pure will. Destroy! Destroy! In the past, they had sensed countless negative emotions and energy from the chaotic concept bodies. It was more like the negative emotions accumulated by the entire Yuan realm and smashed into their heads. It was a bit like the sins of the world, seeing that Feng's mouth moved slightly but did not make a sound, and a gray and incomparably deep black spot appeared in front of his outstretched palm. Huey's hair stood on end. He quickly grabbed the guardian shield and smashed it toward Feng's face with all his strength. Boom! The gray energy storm suddenly exploded. The black spot expanded into a gray energy ball that was thousands of feet in size in an instant. The huge attractive force of the energy ball's explosion made the entire domain of origin tremble violently. Just the first energy explosion at the beginning of contact had made this space that was forged by origin energy and rules tremble slightly. The beginning of the 10,000 mammoths attraction. Although it's in a state of being soaked in pure chaotic energy, it's still Lord Feng's move. Is there no better way to release the power of chaos for the time being? But Lord Feng doesn't seem to be borrowing the power here at the moment. The follow-up attack of the 10,000 mammoths attraction has not been released. Looking at the situation of the first confrontation, Green murmured. He waved his hand and shouted, "Overload all energy towers. Don't be in a hurry to attack immediately. When the 10,000 mammoths attraction disappears, there will be a chance to attack with full strength. Don't be soft. Don't be soft. Don't be soft. Whoever is soft will wait for Lord Feng to come back to his senses and beat you up. Yes, God." Seizing the opportunity of the energy explosion, the little angel also turned into a golden stream of light and rushed out. In just a moment, she arrived next to the small pillar of creation. This place was very close to the place where the 10,000 mammoth star was released. The violent, attractive force and chaotic energy explosion made her body shake a few times. She hurriedly grabbed the energy chain on the small pillar of creation to prevent herself from being swept into the violent energy explosion. Wow! Ming, be careful! Huey's cry of pain suddenly sounded in the soul transmission. The little angel felt the violent vibration of the entire space. She hurriedly turned her head and saw a dense and compressed chaotic energy rushing towards her. She quickly estimated the impact of this violent energy. She gritted her teeth and opened the wings behind her. She poured most of the energy into defense and left all the energy in her hands that were holding the energy chain. She gave up on dodging this attack and chose to tear the chain forcefully. However, what she did not expect was that this powerful chaotic impact that was supposed to hit her in the face actually deviated a little at the last moment, brushing past her less than 10 feet behind her. It was as if an entire black void had brushed past her. Even so, it had already torn apart the energy barrier she had set up for defense. Without the protection of the barrier, facing the chaotic impact head-on made her involuntarily tremble a few times. Deviated? Why? In surprise, she hurriedly looked at the violent energy ball of nature manifestation stars. However, she couldn't care too much at this time. She poured the energy in her hands to the maximum in one go and tore the chain that bound Ji Shui in. She hurriedly carried her with her wings and hurriedly escaped. So, it's definitely not wrong to let your wife help save people. The golden energy light burst out from the energy ball of nature manifestation as stars. It was as if a bright light burst out from the cracks that spread from the depths to the surface. A moment later, a sacred energy poured out in all directions. 2 figures also emerged from it. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw Master Hui send Master Feng flying with a shield attack. The dark energy that stuck to the surface of the guardian shield was quickly swallowed by the surging golden energy. Eat your own move. Hui quickly teleported in front of Feng with the shield. He swung the guardian shield out and smashed it on Feng, who was flying backward. He fiercely pinched the shield with his palm. The remaining golden energy on top of the shield suddenly exploded with the entire shield, exploding into a huge golden energy ball in an instant. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Give it a good beating. After receiving Master Huey's order, everyone clenched their teeth and began to activate the energy towers with all their strength. The neatly arranged energy towers were like white walls that released a dazzling light of order. This time, it didn't matter if they were in echelon or not, or if they released the attack in sequence. After a flash of light, all the energy that had been condensed for a while burst out, turning into countless streams of light that surged across the Milky Way. They fell into the golden energy ball and multiplied the violent energy explosion by more than 1,000 times. Hui used the force to retreat back into the realm of order. When he landed, Little Angel just happened to come out with Ji Shuyan. He hurriedly looked at them and asked, "Are you all right? That was just a graze, right?" "Yes, you calculated it." Little Angel hurriedly nodded. She was already prepared to take that attack head-on. "But it's nothing." Hui crossed his arms and said righteously, "I was just betting that idiot didn't compromise. That was because he shifted his attack, although it was only a little." Everyone was speechless. UF** King bet on anything. If something went wrong, the worst-case scenario just now would be that the two girls would both enter the spiritual sanctuary. Hey, don't just look at me. Continue to attack. Continue to hit him. Gather energy to expand the realm of order. Strengthen the defense and increase the firepower. Don't tell me you think it's over." Hui hurriedly waved his hand and continued to order. "Well, that guy is caught in the energy explosion zone by his own nature star. Quickly throw energy at his face. Yes, that's right, hit his head. Hit his face. Don't hesitate to use your strength." The energy that shook the entire realm of origin suddenly descended from the sky. A dark and violent energy unreasonably penetrated the realm of order and fell on everyone, causing their bodies to stiffen. The energy towers that were pouring out torrents of energy also froze at this moment and stopped attacking. This is the realm of chaos. The aura of the annihilation energy, coupled with an unusual feeling that he had never felt before, stunned Hui for a moment. He hurriedly formed a guardian shield and smashed it into the realm of order, releasing the guardian's energy to strengthen the realm of order. No, that's not it. At most, this is a primal chaos domain that's been weakened by who knows how many times. Well, if you insist on saying that the primal chaos domain is a primal chaos domain that little Brother Feng released in his own primal chaos form, it's obviously a half-finished product, an inferior product. Brother Lei shook his head hard. If it was a genuine realm of chaos released by a chaotic concept body, all of them would have fallen. None of them could have escaped. The girl in white calmly looked at the space covered by the energy of chaos, and her expression changed. "Not good. Quickly shut down the realm." "Oh no. I wanted to use the realm of origin to help suppress the energy of chaos," Sui Feng and Brother Lei hurriedly responded. But that was Brother Feng. The realm of origin would not have much of a suppressive effect on him. On the contrary, it would provide him with assistance. Just as they were about to rush over and pluck the cube sun, a dark energy beam suddenly exploded in front of them. The impact of the energy of chaos was as heavy as the power of an entire realm of void slammed into the realm of order. The realm of order that spanned for miles trembled violently, and a huge crack that took up at least 2/3 of its entire length appeared in an instant. Everyone's teeth hurt, and cold sweat poured down their backs. Although it was a temporary realm of order, it could definitely withstand the bombardment of the abyssal death misconstruct for half an hour. This was not the realm of order of the previous generation. Brother Lei and Sui Feng were so frightened by the movement that their faces turned pale. They stopped in their tracks and did not rush out in an instant. The continuous explosion of the energy of chaos overturned the torrent of energy of order, and countless energy of order were all destroyed in the tsunami of chaos. The madly spreading chaotic energy squeezed in through the cracks of the barrier like a gust of wind. But before it could affect anyone, it was all pushed out by a layer of golden barrier that suddenly expanded from the inside. Hui hurriedly held up the realm of the guardian. He felt a headache coming on as he shouted at the tsunami of chaos. "You idiot! Go easy on me! We have to shut down the realm." The girl in white frowned. She did not care about the storm of chaos that was raging in the entire space at the moment, and rushed into the space where the storm of chaos was raging. Just as she was about to use the realm of origin to hold up the barrier, a huge shadow fell beside her. It was Brother Lei holding up the guardian shield, which he borrowed from Huijun and following beside her. Don't worry, even if it's an inferior realm of chaos, you won't be able to take 2 hits of chaos head-on. Sui Feng hurriedly said as he came in front of the huge cube sun. He pressed his hands on the surface and poured out all the origin energy in his body and shut down the sun that was still glowing and heating. The trembling of the entire space did not stop. Brother Feng had been smashing this realm from the beginning. After a few breaths, the trembling suddenly became more violent. The swaying space seemed to shake the endless stars hanging in the sky from the sky. The endless energy flowing in the space swept violently behind like a gust of wind. Sui Feng was startled. He quickly turned his head and saw a thick and spacious energy vortex, where the tsunami of chaos erupted. The origin energy in the space was rushing toward it. Hurry up and shut down the realm. We can't let him absorb more energy, the girl in white urged. Her calm words carried a hint of urgency. An extremely bright light came from the dark sky, as if the sky had suddenly appeared and illuminated the entire sky. Brother Lei was stunned for a moment and stuck his head out from behind the guardian shield. In the distant sky, the colorful energy entangled and condensed into a huge energy ball that was not yet complete. It looked like a violent sun that was constantly bursting with energy and was about to be destroyed. With it as the center, the energy vortex entangled with the edge of the energy vortex had almost extended to the realm of order. Hurry up and find a place to hide. It's too far. I can't take care of you. It's going to explode. Hui Jun's anxious voice resounded through the soul transmission. Brother Lei immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. As everyone knew, Brother Feng caused an excessively bright and violent movement. There was no need to say what would happen in the next second. Stop. It's more important to stay alive. Brother Lei carried the shield on his back and rushed to Little and Sui Feng's side. He held one in each hand and rushed toward the center of the cube sun. The girl in white hurriedly stretched out her hand. Realm your head. The outside is going to... Before Brother Lei could finish his sentence, there was suddenly a crazy roar from outside. The rich chaotic energy and the origin energy were like 2 converging storms, pouring endless destructive power into the area they covered. Even when they plunged into the center of the sun, they could feel the extremely violent energy wantonly leaking from the outside. Just by looking back, they could see a gray and colorful cross-shaped star appearing in the ocean through the thick and dazzling energy ocean. All energy towers switched to defense mode. Full defense. This move is going to be a big deal. Everyone, save yourselves. Feng, you bastard. Aha. A certain guardian's hoarse scream came from the soul transmission, causing the 3 of them to feel their hearts skip a beat. While they were still considering whether or not this cube was hard enough, the dim cross-shaped star exploded. An indescribable torrent of energy spread across the entire space in an instant. The energy explosion was like a supernova, mixed with countless extreme emotions that most people could not bear, such as madness, hatred, and resentment. Those were the negative emotions mixed with the consciousness of countless individuals, which were even more intense than the negative emotions in the energy of the chaotic concept body. This was the extent of exaggeration. Is that Feng's emotion? But it seems that it is not only that. There are many more, as if it carries the negative emotions of the entire De Yuan realm. It is so heavy, under the erosion of the chaotic energy, all the emotions that have been hidden in his heart for a long time poured out. What exactly did he go through to be drowned by such intense and extreme negative emotions? They knew that the resentment toward the Order Void was not just a casual mention, but they had never thought that it could be so heavy. Even the soul of a mid-level premier would not be able to hold on for long when exposed to the torrent without any defense before being swallowed by the gray negative emotions. The crazy roar of the unknown object reverberated in the entire starry sky. as if there were endless souls wrapped in hatred and resentment screaming and roaring in the starry sky. The stomping and shaking of the entire space was so violent that it was difficult for everyone to maintain their balance. The sea of stars shook violently in front of their eyes. The violent tremors caused huge cracks to appear in the sky and the void one after another. Even the origin realm could not withstand such a degree of vibration and destructive power. Their bodies were also shaken out by the tremors that were heavier than the previous one. They seemed to see a huge unknown object waving its hands and smashing the starry sky again and again, exerting a huge force that made the whole starry sky tremble. Stop smashing, stop smashing. Even the brain matter is shaken evenly. Hui rolled hundreds of times in the starry sky. When he felt that the movement had calmed down a little, he quickly turned over and jumped up. He covered his head and shook it a few times to get rid of the dizziness. He shouted to the others, "Reorganize the realm of order. It's not time to give up yet. That guy hasn't done anything yet. Turn into powder of nothingness." A low, dark murmur echoed in everyone's mind. The cold, dark voice made everyone shudder. Instead, they forcibly ignored the dizziness and jumped up. They kicked away the energy tower that was smashed into scrap by the force that shook the void and the sea of stars, and quickly took out a new energy tower to stand in front of them. Boom! Boom! The last violent shock shattered the entire starry sky. Even the exposed void had been in a fragmented state. It was entangled by a bizarre vision, shattering and disintegrating little by little, exposing the entire land of nothingness in front of them. No, it was directly dragging all of them into nothingness. The observer, standing in the nothingness, released a sense of uncontrollable violence from the chaotic energy released from his body. He gestured with his right hand, like a vigorous general issuing an order to attack. Then, the nothingness around him began to ripple. Pieces of gray magic circles were emerging from the nothingness one after another. In the blink of an eye, they completely covered the area in front of them. Even so, the number of magic circles was still increasing, overlapping and covering little by little. Everyone looked at this scene solemnly. The Emperor of the Magic Circles began to increase his strength little by little. Chapter 1930. Countless magic circles appeared in the void one after another. The dense number was like a dark, great wall of death right in front of them. They had no time to care about anything else other than preparing to defend and attack. Those were the magic circles that all of them were very familiar with. The scene of them unleashing energy torrents in the front line could be seen every day, destroying countless abyssal death mist and its spawns. But this time, the endless magic circles had all turned their cannons to point them. Hundreds of oscillations mixed with origin energy and annihilation energy only tore the order domain and the energy tower array apart. Not a single person was lost. Hiss! Luckily we prepared that thing in advance. Hui endured the dizziness of his brain being shaken and ran to the front to take the lead in maintaining the order domain. The words that he muttered made everyone stunned. After thinking about it, they all let out an ah in their hearts. The concept creation that was used to identify the energy of the observer and to avoid aggravating the degree of accidental injury to their own people. As it was the highest level command, they had all raised the level of this thing to the same level as themselves. They thought that it would only come in handy on the day they launched an attack on the underworld. They did not expect to encounter such a thing and had to check it in advance. If they did not prepare that thing, after being torn apart in the order domain and taking more than 100 chaos oscillations head-on, they would have lost more than half of their people. But there is no way to avoid it. As maple silk becomes more chaotic, the energy identification effect will gradually decrease. Sui Qing said dizzily, "We did not expect to completely avoid it. At this moment, it is already very surprising that we can still guarantee about 60% of the evasion effect." Hui grinned hard, looking at the funnel in front of him that was still stacking the magic circles. His face turned green. How many were there already? Based on his understanding of the funnel, and the fact that it was gradually becoming chaotic, it might already be in the order of billions. Guys, we have good news. Brother Lei's voice suddenly came, startling Hui and the others. What is it? Hurry up and say it. The origin domain is closed. Nonsense, we all saw it. It's been F*King smashed, and we've all been dragged into the void. Everyone's scolding made Brother Lei smile bitterly. I thought, then it's fine. Sorry to disturb you, everyone. That's it. What kind of good news was this? If this was good news, they had good news too. Now they were being slapped in the face by a billion-class formation. They were so full of energy that they wished they could take them away with 10,000 formations at once. Hui and Sui Qing turned around and saw Sui Feng and the other two. They were Sui Feng and the other two. However, judging from their dizzy looks, it was obvious that they had been beaten up by Sui Feng and the other two from a long distance away. I was rolled tens of thousands of times by that cube. My brain juices are all over the place. Sui Feng rolled his eyes and reported to the sky. The item is not damaged. It's just that the domain was destroyed. It will recover after some time. What's the situation now? Hui Wu Yen raised his hand, and the three of them looked over. They were already dizzy, and at this moment, they sucked in a breath of cold air and almost collapsed. We're in trouble. What should we do now? Sui Feng hurriedly looked around. The domain of order was still desperately recovering and recharging. Similarly, the 1 billion energy towers were also in an overloaded state, but were not releasing any energy. They had to wait for Brother Maple to make his move before they could make their move. But just keeping him in check wasn't going to work. They had to get someone to wake that guy up. Brother Lei gritted his teeth, raised his right arm, and pinched it with his left hand. A burst of silver lightning flashed, and the origin energy surged. It looked like an overloaded energy tower. I'll think of a way to get there. Qing Jun was excited. I'll go too. You're not going. Hui Wu Yen was even more agitated. If you guys go out there, you'll be dead before you can even say your last words. The only ones who can fight Feng head-on are those things above. We can't even hit him with a combined blast. What can you guys do if you go out there? Old Brother Lei and Lady Green were even more excited. Just as they were about to say something, the turbulence in the void and the chaotic energy that was spreading crazily shocked everyone. Their vigilance skyrocketed. The Emperor in the formation that came from an unknown distance away began to move forward with his army. Every step he took towards them made them feel the chaotic energy boiling further. Hui Wu Yen gritted his teeth. His body began to turn into a golden form. His whole body released a burst of holy energy. He waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, switch the energy towers to attack mode. Leave the defense to me. Send me his first round of 10,000 formations and hit them back." The domain of guardians spread rapidly along the domain of order. In just 2 seconds, the entire domain of order was covered and replaced. A thick layer of energy barrier with golden lightning covered the entire domain of order. From the edge, one could see that the barrier was at least a few feet thick. Countless holy energy surged inside. Jing Yuanji used the remaining space beacons to open the crack. Let 2 idol origin, sanctum, from the outside come in. Everyone else, attack with all your might. The first wave of order disintegration is here. A short half a minute passed by in the blink of an eye. The Emperor, who was slowly walking towards them, was really just taking one step at a time. The chaos energy that was boiling and rising by an unknown number of levels made him look extremely terrifying. The countless huge magic circles that were revolving around him trembled slightly as they poured out countless dark energy torrents. There were also countless energy torrents that were exploding in the realm of order. In an instant, the 2 mighty attacks collided violently in the void, causing countless energy fireworks to explode. The energy flames that were like curtains were torn apart, by the mighty chaos impact as they crashed heavily onto the thick golden barrier. In an instant, the entire barrier and the realm of order were on the verge of collapsing. The edges of the golden barrier that was at the very front had snowflake-shaped cracks appearing all of a sudden. Continue to attack. Don't stop. Don't worry about me. Hui Wu Yen held the shield of guardians with both hands and threw it to various places in the domain of order to help support a stronger, holy barrier. My defense is also stacked step by step. If you can break my defense in 20 minutes, I won't be a human anymore. Everyone's teeth ached when they heard that. Is this guy a jinx or a jinx? No, I'm going to rush out. Qing Jun shouted loudly and grabbed a large sword from the back of a person nearby. He shouted loudly as he raised the order barrier and charged towards Lord Feng. I'll be back soon. Wait, I'll go too. Brother Lei's silver thunderbolt lingered and turned into a silver lightning bolt from the domain of order. He rushed into the depths of the void with Qing Jun. We're responsible for attracting attention. You take the opportunity to attack with all your might. Don't worry about us. Let's just fight to the death. The two of them said in unison. Their voices were so heroic that Hui was speechless. He waved his hand and pointed at them with the holy sword. Fight them both. Take them down for me. Everyone. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Just continue to attack. In the distance, the tremendous energy shockwaves from the clash between order and chaos flickered with extremely intense flames. Perhaps it was because two people had rushed over to fight him head-on, but he was slightly distracted. The chaos shockwaves and order disintegration that poured down on the order domain were slightly less powerful. However, looking at the overall situation, the order domain was still being violently beaten up. If we gather all our forces, we can suppress his attack. Sui Qing frowned and said softly, Half of our forces are guarding the front line and can't leave. When the time comes, we don't need to increase the number of people. It's just that, she said with a slightly worried tone. His condition is gradually recovering. Huey's face turned purple and green. Recovering means that the degree of chaos erosion has deepened. His will is beginning to fall into a disadvantage. His will is beginning to be forced to synchronize with his body, and the degree of power available is gradually increasing. Don't joke around, buddy. Are you really going to compromise here? Sui Qing nodded slightly. Her blue starry eyes stared into the depths of the void. The frequency of attack has increased. His degraded chaos domain is limited in range and strength. He is gradually approaching here. If he collides with the domain of order head-on, your barrier won't last half a minute. The origin energy has been unleashed to the maximum. Even if we use the origin energy to build a domain to support the attack, it won't have much effect on him. She gritted her teeth and sighed softly. His familiarity and mastery of the origin energy is greater than ours. Moreover, he knows the attack pattern of the void frontline very well. We can only choose to fight him head-on. No, this is the number one weapon charging at us. We can't hold it. We can't fight him head-on either. We have to think of a way. Boom! The entire domain of order shook violently as if it was being torn apart. Huey's face twitched twice. He saw that the speed at which cracks appeared on his divine barrier and guardian barrier were gradually exceeding the speed at which they were being repaired, and it was still accelerating. His face became even more bitter. 20 minutes was the limit he could hold on for. He had to maintain the trend of constantly strengthening his defenses to hold on for 20 minutes, because the guy on the other side was also constantly increasing his attack power. But it was clear that the speed at which he strengthened his defenses could not keep up with that guy. Sparring with Maple was a headache because he would see that the guy opposite him was constantly increasing his attack power every minute and every second as if there was no upper limit. Even if he was beaten to the ground by Maple, he would not necessarily see his upper limit. Not to mention that this was not a sparring session, but a real confrontation with Maple, who was standing opposite. Then, that would be even worse. And if he allowed the situation to continue, if the battle continued to develop without any changes, at most 10 minutes, Maple's chaotic form would completely stabilize. Then it would be the beginning of the gathering storm. After that, in another 2 or 3 minutes, the first round of the void, infinite chaos would come. This time, it was really infinite chaos. More than 80% of the guys here could not withstand this power after leaving the domain of order. Even the concept creation that was prepared to recognize Maple's energy was the same. This thing was not perfect yet, but it could not withstand the damage from Maple's energy. After all, it was the first time he tried to create a creation. If there was a chance after this, he would try to adjust it again. Smash his magic circle. Think of a way to get close and smash his defense. Put the Guardian's shield on his face and continue to attack his soul with holy shock. If it doesn't work, hit his face. Hit him with physical pain until he wakes up. Hui Jun's voice made the people around him smile bitterly. The idea was quite good, and they also thought so, but they could not figure out how to do it. Looking at the magic circle that was constantly pouring energy, it was a problem how to get through his attack blockade. Come on, cooperate with me. I can control the magic circle. The calm voice made everyone and Hui Jun stunned. They turned their heads and saw the girl in white walking forward slowly. She looked at him and nodded lightly. You can try. Hui Jun grimaced and asked suspiciously, How confident are you? Ah, no. Where did your idea come from? The girl in white pressed her right hand on her chest. I am the idea. Everyone. Sui Qing explained softly. I didn't tell you that she was a life born from the magic circle. She was born with the magic circle as the foundation and core of the structure. She was not a magic circle spirit. Hui Jun's jaw dropped to express his shock. The other heirs were also stunned. Sui Feng could not help but ask, I didn't hear you say that. It's not a good thing, so I didn't want to talk about it. The girl in white took a breath. She raised her snow-white arm and golden lines began to appear on it. It seemed like she was drawing something. It was as if the aura of a magic circle was spreading out from her body. But at this time there was no other way. Sui Qing whispered through their souls. Only the gods, Big Brother AI, and a few other second-generation inheritors know about this. But the other second-generation inheritors have all passed away, so I'm the only one who knows about this. There are some things that we don't want to talk about, so we've never talked about it. Sui Feng scratched his head. Why didn't you tell me? Can you tell me? You were not guarding the same node as us at that time. Besides, why should I tell you about a girl's matter? Sui Feng was speechless. Fine, he did not know what to say. Hui Jun grinned. There were a lot of life forms in this world. It was normal. He was used to it. If the life forms of the magic circle were to be categorized, there would be creature-type life forms, and her life form would be energy-type life forms. As for why she did not want to talk about it, well, I already said that it was not a good thing. Everyone had their own thoughts and concerns, so it was normal that they did not want to talk about it. Moreover, it was related to their own nature. Just look at Maple. While he was talking about it, he was plucked out of the void by the gods of origin and became a class of his own. It was really sad. If someone else knew that they were plucked out of the void by someone else and became a thing of unknown origin, they would be depressed for a long time. He himself would be depressed for 1,000,000 years. Maple. That guy did not take it seriously in just a few days. He even used it to tease himself. The life forms of the magic circle should have great control over the magic circle. I see. So that's what you're thinking. Hui Jun threw his thoughts aside and got down to business. In other words, you can directly use the magic circle to fight Maple head-on. You can directly eliminate this part of his power, and the rest of us will. My control over the magic circle is not as good as his, the girl in white said calmly. Everyone was speechless. As expected of the Emperor of Formations, the title of Emperor lived up to its name. A being that used formations as the core of its structure admitted that it was inferior to the former in terms of mastery of formations. but it made sense since the latter alone could control the countless formations in the void frontline, which was clearly not something a human could do, no matter how one looked at it. Xiao Xiao was a proper living being, in other words, a human. So, I need someone to help me. The girl in white looked at him, and then at Sui Qing. I can interfere with part of the magic circle. I'll leave the rest to you. Ah, how much do you mean by part of the magic circle? Tell us a percentage so that we can estimate the situation. Sui Feng quickly said. The girl in white looked at him. All the magic circles. Limit it to 30%. I can only hold on until my form collapses. Everyone. Although she was a person, just from this level alone, she wasn't a simple character. They thought that she would only be able to interfere with part of the array. They had already thought about which part of the array would be interfered with and which part would be attacked. They just had to take his life while he was down. They didn't expect her to mean that she could interfere with all the arrays. As expected of the life of the array, she lived up to her name. But the moment she opened her mouth, she said that her form would collapse. Don't learn from that guy. Have you guys come up with a plan? The two barbarians who were charging at the front suddenly sent a message back at the same time, causing everyone to turn their heads and be stunned for a moment. The chaotic impact that had just been weakened by a portion was now attacking at an extremely high frequency. We had felt that the pressure had skyrocketed since a minute ago, and even his head had become a size bigger than before. Little brother Maple has started to ignore our attacks, and is heading straight for you. We can't stop him. We can't stop him. I don't care what method you have. Just show us the way. The girl in white looked around and nodded to everyone. Then I'll go first. As soon as she finished speaking, her body turned into complicated patterns and disappeared into nothingness. Everyone was stunned and followed her aura. In the depths of nothingness, hundreds of miles in front of the observer, suddenly appeared golden patterns of light and shadow, condensing into her body. The purple-gold patterns spread all over her body, carving out complicated but beautiful patterns that they did not understand. Then the nothingness around her began to distort with her as the center. An energy of distorting nothingness appeared out of thin air. He was not unfamiliar with it. It was a method of forcefully distorting all elements and forcefully projecting them where they were. It was one of the methods of the Origin School. It could basically bypass most blockades, including the nothingness enveloped by Maple's immature, chaotic domain. A golden light appeared in the distorted nothingness. Arrays with elliptical centers that looked like alls descended here. The tens of millions of purple-gold arrays that were between thousands and tens of thousands of feet in size also looked very vast and grand. However, compared to the arrays in front of her, which numbered in the billions and had an average size of more than 1,000 miles and were constantly increasing, it was simply like an egg hitting the sun. The sudden appearance of another array attracted the attention of Yun Nuoxing. He slowly turned his gaze and stared at the other person in the array with his dark eyes. He slowly raised his right hand and the chaotic energy began to condense. Lord Maple, don't look around. Look at me. If you have anything, come at me. Green's violent power collided with Lord Maple's chaotic domain and barrier. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws at Lord Maple's chaotic domain and barrier as if he was demonstrating his power. The violent impact of order and chaos slightly attracted the attention of Yun Nuoxing, but he was obviously more concerned about the person in the array behind Green. He ignored Green, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, and the chaotic energy in his hand began to condense. Boom! Suddenly, the impact of order that was hundreds of times stronger broke free from the suppression of the chaotic energy and collided with the chaotic domain. His eyes flickered slightly and he turned his head. In the distant chaotic domain, 20 huge origin temples had appeared out of nowhere. Behind those temples, a huge light blue crack was slowly closing. The 20 origin temples that were lined up in a row supported the entire chaotic domain together, and at the same time increased the attack power of the energy towers by hundreds of times. With the support of the origin temples, most of the people who had nothing to worry about were almost all using their energy to attack. For a moment, they actually tore apart his overwhelming ceiling attack and poured their attacks on his domain and barrier. Yun Nuashing only took a few glances at the chaotic domain and barrier that were being crazily attacked. Then he looked at the person in the array again. Yun Nuashing opened his mouth slightly and let out a murmur that seemed to tremble in the void. The gray energy condensed into lines that converged into strange and distorted words beside him. Just when he was about to do something, a gigantic oval-shaped barrier that seemed to be pieced together by pieces of crystals suddenly appeared in front of him. The energy of order condensed into golden meteors that turned into streaks of light that streaked across the oval-shaped barrier. It was as if thousands of stars were appearing and disappearing quickly, spreading the energy of order throughout the entire domain. For a moment, it actually suppressed the energy of chaos in this area. Meanwhile, he and his countless magic circles were trapped in the crystal barrier. The surging energy of order and the rules of order seemed to announce that this was the domain of order, suppressing his chaos energy. The dark runes that were floating around him were also affected. After a few trembles, they slowly collapsed as if they could not sustain themselves anymore. Hui stood at the edge of his primeval domain and looked inside with a gaze that was like visiting a prisoner. He cleared his throat and shouted to Maple, who was hundreds of miles away, "Old man, can you still make a sound? If you are still alive, can you use your method to make a sound for us?" Boom! What responded to him was the impact of the chaotic energy that burst out from countless magic circles. The entire primeval domain was instantly occupied by the chaotic energy. The energy of order and chaotic energy collided with each other and was extremely dazzling. Even though the primeval domain had the effect of reflecting attacks and could use various methods to weaken the chaotic energy that was rushing towards his face, we still felt that the entire primeval domain was crazily wailing in pain. Trying to trap Maple in the primeval domain was just wishful thinking. Even if this was Maple, who was still a little dazed and could not move nimbly after being weakened. Hui shivered twice and quickly looked back at the white-clothed girl. "It's all up to you now." Tens of millions of purple gold magic circles were already ready to go. After Huey's instruction, she suddenly opened her purple gold eyes and the origin energy surged. Between her hands was a gray cloud that was bound by countless purple gold energy lines. Her eyes that reflected the primeval domain in front of her passed through countless blooming energy fireworks and stared at him, who was looking at her in the magic circle. She opened her mouth and whispered softly, "The truth of structure perishes here." They did not understand the principle, nor did they know what had happened. Anyway, they saw that the group of purple gold magic circles that were shaped like awls suddenly expanded to the left and right sides, spreading out purple gold energy lines as if they were beginning to move. Then the chaotic energy that was trapped in the primeval domain of the Guardian was instantly weakened to a visible degree. The attack power was definitely weakened by more than 30%. And him who was used to using magic circles as a defense, at this time his defense power was probably reduced by more than 30%. Hui pointed his sword forward and poured the limit of energy into the primeval domain. While Maple is being suppressed, "Destroy all these energy towers for me. Attack with all your might." The primeval domain of order that was connected into a sea of light burst out a wave of energy that was almost self-destructive. More than 100 origin energy merged into it and became the dominant force. After a slight delay, the continuous sea of light burst out a huge and exaggerated primeval domain of order, just like the origin energy that he usually used. The mighty energy torrent crossed the void in an instant, swept past the white-clothed girl and Hui, and crashed into the primeval domain with an oppressive volume. Hui saw the opportunity and crushed the golden energy crystal in his hand. The impact wrapped in countless order and origin energy fell together with the collapse of the entire primeval domain. A majestic energy flame energy explosion, and impact pierced through the land of nothingness. Standing in the realm of order and looking at it, it was as if they were looking at a supernova exploding in the distant starry sky. Abnormally bright light illuminated the entire starry sky. In this extremely short period of time, everyone couldn't even feel the power of the void, rules, order, and other powers, even though they were so far away from the place where the energy explosion occurred. At the moment of the explosion, we pulled the white-clothed girl back for a distance to avoid being involved in the indescribable energy impact. He saw the purple-gold magic circle around the girl dissipating in a few tremors. He quickly asked, dissipated, "What's going on?" "The target of suppression has disappeared. There are no other magic circles in the range." The purple-gold lines on the white-clothed girl's body also dimmed little by little as the magic circle disappeared. She said lightly, "It can be determined that the magic circle is all destroyed." "Lord Maple, will he be okay?" Jing Yuanji's worried voice came through the soul transmission, startling everyone. They couldn't bear to look at the nothingness that was still releasing violent bursts of energy. Being caught in such a violent explosion of energy, they couldn't use their soul seeds to confirm the situation of the people inside for a while. Don't be so quick to think that something is wrong. You may not be particularly clear about the situation of your Lord Observer, but I definitely know it better than you. Hui shook his head vigorously. His words left everyone stunned. Get the energy towers ready. This kind of attack will never kill him. I only care if this level of attack can get rid of the chaos energy in his body. Have you forgotten what I said at the beginning? Wake him up, instead of beating him to death. If we really kill him in the void frontline will lose the power of any node. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly, as expected of the Lord Guardian. Everyone looked at each other and hurriedly took out more energy towers and placed them in the void. Once again, neat white walls pointed towards the void. The gathered energy caused the order realm to become as bright as a sea of light once again. Hui gently pushed the white-clothed girl into the realm of order. He himself carefully approached the place where the infinite energy explosion was. When he came to a place 100 feet away from the energy explosion, he took a deep breath and gently pointed his hand forward. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he waved his hand and carefully pushed the violent and destructive energy to the side. The gradually dissipating energy of order and origin exposed the scene at the center. The situation inside the energy explosion appeared under everyone's nervous gaze. Many people subconsciously held their breath. The center of the energy explosion area was empty, making everyone stunned. A lot of strange thoughts rushed into their minds in an instant and began to wander. Jing Yuanji had already wanted to rush over to check the situation carefully, but she was stopped by the little angel. "Don't go." The little angel shook her head at Jing Yuanji. The seriousness on her face startled the latter. Hui, who was standing at the front, was also stunned for a few seconds when he saw the empty center. After thinking for a while, he stopped breathing for a moment. He quickly turned around and waved his hand to tear the energy cluster that he had just pushed away. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. His handsome face became extremely distorted due to excessive shock. Dark gray energy slowly appeared from the torn energy cluster. It was in a relatively calm state, but Maple, who was releasing this aura, was now curled up. The dark gray energy was like flames and clouds that wrapped around him. 2 pairs of azure wings, formed by the dark gray energy, extended from his shoulder blades and wrapped around himself. The netherworld ruined sword in his arms was releasing a demonic purple-black light that was entangled with the dark gray energy. What? Hui was so shocked that he could not even speak. The next moment, the pair of dark gray eyes gently opened. Maple, as 2 pairs of azure wings slowly stretched out. He slowly stood up, holding the hilt of the netherworld ruined sword with both hands. Full defense! Ah! Because of extreme shock A distorted voice exploded in everyone's soul transmission, making everyone's scalp tingle. They hurriedly looked over and saw that the Lord Guardian could only strengthen the defense because he could not make it back in time. Then they saw the Lord Observer, who was not far from him, stretching out his azure wings and holding the netherworld ruin sword with both hands. At that moment, everyone understood, and at that moment, everyone's faces turned pale. Origin, chaos! It was as if everyone had been dragged into the center of a supernova explosion. A wild wave of colors and darkness brought with it an impact that tore apart the void and drowned the entire world. In an instant, all that was left was the scene of being swallowed up by countless colors, and in an instant, only the sound of violent energy echoing in everyone's ears.